had a great forecast. Great forecast for this event. You know, we had to go through 18 heats yesterday. There was waves. It was challenging. You know, and people a lot of times, you know, are frustrated that we surf over there, but then they don't understand that it wasn't good here.
Yeah.
And also, it's like, beware what you wish for, because it's
Yeah.
hard,
Yeah.
and guys are struggling out here.
Definitely.
So it's like funny because some of the same guys that have, oh, we should surf at El Lloret. Okay, we're here today.
Yeah.
And then they're you know,
out.
They're out.
Yeah.
And they're having trouble.
Sean, looking at this little insider.
He only needs a 3.28.
Nice little slash turn right there. What's he got? Nice. I think that was a smart move.
3.28.
Yeah. There's not much out the back, but yeah. I think that'll be close to what he needs. Nice little 2-turn combo there. I think he borderline might have time to get back out there, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the timing. Yeah, and here we go. We're just coming down to about a minute. So we've got a score to come in for Sean. And this is a close heat once again. Can Daniel Hughes upset Sean Pointer, take him out of the world title race? Sean needs to win the event.
That would be so heavy.
That would be, I don't know how many more chess games they're going to be playing against each other.
Look at this drone shot. Like, what? It's beautiful.
There you can see us.
Hi.
APP World Tour Love Bus.
We out here in the bus. It looks like there's some lines coming from out the back, but I'm not sure if they'll get here in time for Daniel.
Got to take my obligatory selfie.
Quick selfie break.
There you see the crowd just filling in. The sun's out. This has been the best day of the event so far. Waves are pumping. Sun's out. Izzy Gomez is here. Paul and I get to take a break. It's all happening,
Daniel,
Izzy.
oh my gosh. Could this be what he needs?
Bang.
That was a pretty nice turn. Let's see if he can hold on.
Bang. He's trying to seal the deal. Beautiful carving cutback.
Ooh, he just comes unstuck.
Oh, Sean.
Okay. So Sean
got the score. He got a 5.23.
So what did Daniel need?
So Daniel needed a 5.94 with a fall on that cutback. I don't think
it's going to be really close because his first turn was pretty solid, and then he had kind of a little transitional turn after that, and then just kind of pumped on the line to do that cutback. So we'll see how it pans out, but this is going to be another nail biter for Sean and Daniel.
Minute to go. Sean now finds himself with priority, with the lead. What a great comeback. Even though the scores aren't high, his competition savvy is high.
Yeah.
So Daniel's not going to get the score, 4.1. He needed a 5.94. Sean's going to go sit on him and make sure Daniel cannot get another wave. So after 7 minutes in the whitewater, lost his paddle, fell on a good one. Sean able to battle back into this one like champions do.
Yeah.
Never underestimate the heart of a champion. And that's what Sean's about. That's what Izzy Gomez is about. You have more last-minute comebacks than any surfer in the entire universe. And, you know, it's always, and I get to broadcast the heats, and I say it all the time, you might fall on your first 3 or 4 or 5 waves and, you know, look all out of touch, and then all you need is one opportunity, and you just get one turn, and then all of a sudden the switch is flicked, and Izzy Gomez wins. So this is not going to...
Sean actually did a really good job just surfing this heat smart as we count this down. Yeah, I mean, he needed a small score. There wasn't much out the back, so he went inside and did what he needed to do. So that's what separates the boys from the men right there, is just surfing smart and doing what you need to do to advance.
So from what I gather, you just called Daniel Hughes a boy. Because he separated the boys from the want to take a couple minutes? You want to eat?
Sure.
Okay.
Daniel is like a Great Dane. Just so much energy. Yeah. And we are into the next heat.
Julien Bouillet in red, Wellington Raish in white. Wellington, we saw him crushing his opening round heat with a 9 and an 8.23,
Wow.
highest single wave, first person in the 9 club, and highest heat total, the first heat total in the excellent range, 17.23. He's been warming up right down here,
Yep.
hanging out by himself. He's out of the world title race, but it still is awesome to finish with an event win. He's never
Definitely.
won an event. He's super focused. He's ripping, and I think these conditions suit his surfing as well.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised by that heat total and that single wave score of a 9. I mean, Wellington's backhand is unbelievable. So, yeah, he could easily take this event out. It's unfortunate, just we've seen him go down in the last couple events, and I thought he could have had a win at Supple for sure. But, yeah, he's still got so much time. He's fairly new to the tour, so
And
let's
he's
see what
hungry.
Yeah.
He's hungry, which is exciting.
And he's Brazilian, so that amplifies it even more. That's what I love. The Brazilians are so passionate. Like it's really awesome to see. I love it. It's really cool.
Yeah, we saw their passion come out, and just how passionate they are with each other.
Yeah.
In that heat where Wellington surfed against Luis Dingis, Wellington beat him. The next heat was the junior heat. So Luis was obviously sad that he got knocked out because he was in the world title race. And then the Brazilian junior won. They charioted him, threw sand at him, rolled him around in the sun, or in the sand, and Luis Dingis was smiling, Wellington was smiling, and they all came together for their fellow countrymen.
Yeah.
And that was the single best thing that I saw on tour this year until I'm going to show you this picture that something happened that was really cool, and it's a really awesome time for women's sup surfing right now, obviously with you taking the helm competitive-wise, but this is from the expression session, and what's happening in this photo is one girl got out, another girl got out. Sometimes you get out, you go do your thing.
Yeah.
But they all started congregating, and then they all waited for each other. And then Ibaya was the last one to come in. They all waited for her. And this shot, you see them all looking at Ibaya.
Yeah.
Vanya's mom took this, and I was commentating through it as the camera was on it, just saying how it's just a really cool time in the sport right now. On the women's side, you guys are ripping. At sunset, you had bigger waves in the final than the men, and you guys tore them to pieces. The semifinals were amazing. Again, your 967 was just a fantastic wave. The conditions here are awesome for you guys to showcase your surfing, and that's what the big wave tour is about as well. And watching the girls out there charging. I know you would have loved to have been out there. Your friends, Skylar and Annie, got the call up and you didn't.
Yeah.
And I can imagine how hard that was, but that's what creates the fire and the hunger.
Definitely. Yeah, it was definitely a hard pill to swallow. But, I was super stoked just to see them get the wild cards. I mean, they're from Maui. They live there, they should get the wild cards.
Yeah.
Especially, and unfortunately, I actually missed a really good jaws swell while I was in Barbados, but I accomplished my goal that I had set for the year, which was win my 5th title, so I was stoked. But, the Piahi event was really awesome to see. The conditions were super heavy, and, I know it was really windy and just pretty treacherous out there, but I was stoked to see my friends just get some waves, and, and that allowed me to make it here. So I'm so happy to be here.
Well, we're super stoked that you're here, and I know you're getting that hunger for the big wave tour, and I would like to ask on behalf of the rest of the world that you stay hungry in the sup scene. I know it's hard to reevaluate your goals, and you think of all the greats, Jamie Mitchell paddling Molokai, winning 10 times. How do you stay motivated to train that hard? Kelly Slater winning 11 world titles. How does he stay motivated to continue on. The competition scene is hard. Steph Gilmore with her 7 world titles.
Yeah.
How do you stay hungry and motivated? So this, on behalf of the world of stand-up paddling, please stay hungry. You've got a lot of wins, a lot of championships, but I mean, 5's only half of 10.
Yeah.
Come on, Izzy.
I got to beat Kelly's record, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Well, I'd love it if you can stay here. We're going to bring Paul back in because we were rock, paper, scissoring on who gets a chance to chat with you first. I won that battle. Paul, I know, has about 116 questions he wants to ask you. So hang on tight.
All
Paul's
right.
going to come in. Thanks, Izzy, and good luck today. Awesome. Oh my gosh, it is so hot right now. And thank you, Izzy, for hanging out with us.
No worries.
All right, thanks for having me along.
No worries.
Stoked to jump in. Anthony's going to go and get a bit of lunch in him. You having fun, Izzy? How good is it now the sun's out?
It's so nice. I was a little chilly when I first got here, but once the sun came out, it's just blue skies, some scattered clouds, but the weather is perfect here. I'm obsessed. I love Canary Islands. I said last year was probably one of my favorite places I've been, and I was really happy that I could just hop on a flight last minute and get here.
And obviously you wrapped up the world title over in Barbados, but for the men it's still in play here.
Yeah.
That last heat with Sean Pointer, that was a kind of close one. He just got himself back in the lead. He still is in the conversation, but he does need a win.
Yeah. So that was pretty interesting because that could have gone either way. Daniel got that last wave at the end, and I thought it'd be pretty close. So, yeah, that was definitely a sketchy heat for Sean, and yeah, he's still got some work to do. I mean, in my eyes, I think it's going to be hard for anyone but Poe to win right now, but you know, may the odds be ever in your favor.
Like obviously you want to be in the number 1 spot, right? But obviously a bit more pressure on that as well. Maybe this morning, I don't know if you caught what happened, but kind of a low score in a fate, fell a few times, maybe feeling a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I definitely saw that for sure. I actually rocked up right when Poe was surfing and he looked a little shaky, but you know, he might get it done.
Well, speaking of that world title race for the men, let's go down and hear from Sean Pointer. Narrow victory over his buddy. Let's check him out.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Sean, sorry, but I have to mention, obviously, 2-1 up on your teammate. How's it feel?
Well, I'm just getting it back from him, actually. He got me real good in New York in the same round, actually, too. So I'm just getting him back. We've been playing a lot of chess this week, and he's been getting me, too, there. So good to beat him somewhere, huh?
So tell us a bit about it. How was it out there, though?
Oh, it's good. I mean, it's really good. The tide's coming up a little bit now. So it's shifting the peaks around a little bit. You've got still that wide one. You got kind of the deeper one as well, and that's where I found my backup score to get me through, actually, kind of that deeper inside one. But it is El Dorette. It's kind of has a lot of undercurrent, a lot of kind of warble to it, kind of like a sunset in a sense, and you have to navigate that stuff. But it's fun. That was a struggle for me. I think it started with losing my paddle at the very beginning, and wasted 7 minutes right off the gates, and it just maybe it put me in a funk, but it definitely felt like an off heat for me.
Well, you looked from over here, you're timing the scores, and it looks certainly as if that last wave managed to get you through, no?
It did, fortunately. So it looked like Daniel had picked up the wave at the end there, and I think he needed a 5.9 or something. So I'm sure it came in pretty close to what he needed, but yeah, really happy to make it through. Hopefully I'll just kind of put that one behind me and I don't know, go give Daniel a hug and say, I got you back.
Well done. Well done, Sean, into the quarterfinals. Good job, man.
All right, thank you.
Great job, Sean.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Sean.
Danny. All
That was
smiles and he's stoked.
Yeah.
And his back confidence is never really in doubt. It looks great.
Yeah, I think Sean is honestly probably one of the smartest surfers on the tour. As we take a look at this replay of Julian, just kind of does a little setup turn to get some speed down the line, little paddle transfer right there, and just unfortunately comes unstuck. But that was a bigger set wave that he scratched for out the back. But this has been a slow heat so far.
It was like with the high tide, especially on the bigger waves like that, you're going a million miles an hour, and then when you hit a flat spot, you got all that speed going into a fat section, real easy to catch a rail.
Yeah, definitely. And I heard Sean just speaking about how that heat was a bit of a struggle for him in the beginning, just losing his paddle. But we'll get back to that because we have Wellington up on the screen right now.
Right, Wellington Race was an absolute standout this morning. Shreds a nice hit off the top. And his backhand turns have been very much on point throughout the day, and he's still carrying that over. Look at the speed from him. He generates off the bottom. He's got an extra spring in his legs to project into those backhand hits.
Yeah, he just threw so much water on those turns. That was a really well surfed wave. I'd like to see him go more vertical, but again, he's probably just playing it safe right now, just getting a score on the board. And the wave is a little bit fat right now with the high tide.
Just have another look at that here. The backhand allowing him to come from around the section and really attack nice and vertical. And he looks really up and motivated today. We've seen some of his preparations just down in front of us here, and he's got a little bit of fire in his belly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it would be no surprise to me if Wellington came away with the win here. Like I was telling AV earlier, like he probably has one of the best backhands on tour, so it would be really cool to see him get his first event win here in Canary Islands.
And that's for you over here competing. Obviously, the title's wrapped up, so there's no pressure there. Do we see him more relaxed? Is he generally seem pretty relaxed anyway? But is that going to change anything? Will make it easier for you in any way?
Yeah, you know, it's funny because I feel like the past couple events I've been a little bit more relaxed just because I have been training a lot for big wave surfing. So that's basically like that's channeling a lot of my, I guess, not competitive energy, but just that energy into something else. So it's taking my mind off of like competing and stand-up paddling, and then I realize I'm like, oh, I'm just like just kind of rolling with the punches here, and it's been a lot better for me actually because I'm not very stressed out, and I feel like I'm able to just surf to my full potential. So you know, I'm still fired up, and I'd love to win here again. The waves are firing, so. But yeah, I definitely feel a lot more relaxed. Just I have other things going on, so just take my mind off of it. And looks like Wellington dropped a pretty big score for that wave.
Great number in for Wellington Race, and already opening up a big margin in this one. Under the 15-minute mark to go. It is heat 4 of round 4. We just had a little bit of info from the powers that be. We're actually going to go on hold for an hour after this heat, just through the high tide. Going to let things just fill in and then hopefully drain back out again before we complete this round, and then we're going to see 2 heats of the women, so you could be competing towards the end of the afternoon.
Yeah,
about 4 or 5 p.m., something like that.
Yeah, and I'm actually stoked about that because that gives my board bag time to arrive because it did not make it on my flight. So I was gonna borrow one of Ibaya's boards. She's nice enough to let me do that, and she was in my heat, so thank you, Ibaya, but I don't think I'll need your boards anymore.
Along with the entire women's first round, 2 heats, 4 women in each of those heats. That'll be rounding out a day of competition, which will set us up sweetly tomorrow for finals day. Maybe just a slight drop in the swell, something pretty similar to this, maybe a little bit less swell, hopefully nice and clean as well. Finishing off finals day, our final event of the season on the APP World Tour in the Canary Islands in great conditions. Coming up towards midwinter in the North Atlantic, we do get these powerful swells sending us these big pulses. You mentioned earlier you were over course for a real big pulse over there in Jaws.
Yeah.
Did you get to stick around and watch any of it, or were you like literally just, I'm out of here?
So Piahi was on Thursday, and I was still waiting to hear Wednesday night if I was in the event or not because one of the girls hadn't arrived yet, and I was first alternate. So I got on the next flight out, which was, well, there was a midnight flight on Wednesday, but it sold out before I could get on it. So I left around 10 a.m. on Thursday morning, and I had to fly to California, quick grab my boards, and then just start my journey here. And yeah, but I actually went out to Jaws on Wednesday with Laura Enever and my friend Alexa from San Clemente, and it was pumping. And it's just surfing Jaws on a rising swell is pretty scary too. But we'll get back to that because Julian is stroking in this one and just kind of missed it there. But yeah, Jaws was actually really fun on Wednesday. It was really windy and kind of sketchy, but I managed to get a couple waves and then took a couple waves on the head, and Julian is on a wave right now.
Julien Boyer streaking off the bottom and getting clipped on his top turn there. So nice amplitude to his turn, going all the way from the bottom of the way, straight up the top. Clean rail work, but just gets it a little bit awkward off the top and gets caught. Will go down. So still with a little bit of ground to make up against Wellington Race, who has been the picture of sort of composure in between his waves, and during his waves he's been electric. And this morning he really set the standard after kind of tentative early heats where people kind of get a little caught out of position,
Yeah.
as with the rising Swell, and he just absolutely nailed some excellent scores.
Yeah.
It's looking great value.
It's awesome to see. I know most of the Brazilians have pretty bright sprays on their boards, so I love that personally because it just makes your turns look even more crispy when you're just throwing it up in the lip. So yeah, Wellington just absolutely obliterating these waves out here.
So just over 11 to go, and there's just the one score locked in for him, but it's close to the excellent range again, a 7.67. And he is looking for another opportunity here as he gets a little sticky and then gets in, a little chattering
He's
off
got
the
a good
bottom.
section right here, straight up into it. That was awesome.
Bang, a big turn with a ton of speed as well, is he? And his timing looks sweet as well. He's finding the best waves, he's timing them sweetly.
Unfortunately goes down right there.
What?
Yeah.
Many more points on offer down by that section.
Yeah.
But the stuff out the back was great work.
Yeah, that was a really nice opening turn. Pretty big, steep section, and did a great job holding on to that turn. It looked pretty bumpy on the wave, too. But, yeah, Wellington just looks super relaxed in between his waves, too, just waiting out the back patiently, and just is, like, you can definitely feel that confidence he's carrying, for sure.
I think maybe waves kind of this size with a little bit of power bite, maybe backside could be a little bit of an advantage compared to the forehand surface.
Definitely. I mean, honestly, I feel like it's easier to surf backside when it's bigger because you can really come off the bottom, and front side it's kind of difficult, and I feel like you almost get stuck wondering what turn to do sometimes. I mean, I have it happen all the time, so I know. But yeah, definitely I feel like the goofy footers might have an advantage out here with the bigger waves for sure.
A little bit tighter in the pocket as well. Wellington, whatever he's doing, it's working for him so far. He's going to get another number in. He's going to turn the screw a little bit on one of our strong French contingent, Julien Boyer. Of course, we've got a bunch of surfers from France in the draw here, but he's up against it at the moment. The Brazilian on fire throughout the morning.
There is a pretty good looking set approaching from out the back. Just see it feathering.
So this Swell continuing to fill in to El Lorette and offering us great conditions for the weekend of pump and surf on the 18th World Tour.
Wow.
Look at the size of this wave, Izzy. How big's that wave?
I'd
Pretty
say
confident.
it's like 10-foot face. Yeah. So like 5-foot Hawaiian.
I suppose you have just come from Peone, so it's always going to be, yeah, okay.
Could be a little bigger.
Yeah. Pretty solid anyway you slice it. And Julien Boyer can't get a conversion on that one. So that was an absolute bomb out the back. So great to see. So Big Swell come to the party here. Yesterday we had to run at the adjacent break. Nothing like the quality of this wave. Let's have another look at the work of Wellington Heiss.
Just straight up into the lip, comes down, free falling, straight into the next turn. That was more of a setup turn, I feel like, for this section, but the wave looks like it got a little fat, but he did a good job negotiating that turn and then just kind of got bucked off by that turbulence on the inside.
So you're over here hoping to take out another trophy. What's coming up for the festive season? What's happening for the holidays?
I'm honestly not very sure yet. My grandparents and my dad live in Florida, where I'm originally from, so my mom and my brother and myself, we're trying to debate on going back to Florida for the holidays or going to California and bringing everyone out there. So, yeah, but just going to go
Making
have
a
some
late
family
call, huh?
time.
I like
Yeah,
that.
late call. Yeah. I mean, everything has been last minute for me lately, so my family just kind of goes along with whatever's happening at the moment. But, yeah, they're really understanding and good about it, so I'm really lucky for that.
Wellington Race here, dropping into a bomb, and he gets a nice early entry, and he gets that scooping bottom turn, and maybe just projected a little too vert gets
Yeah.
left behind, by the way. Do you get much involved in the meal preparation? Are you candying yams or peeling spuds, or what? Do you like cooking Christmas lunch?
Yeah.
How does that go down?
So I actually, it's funny, like holiday cooking, I've never really like been a huge part of it, but I was alone in Hawaii during Thanksgiving, so I went to a couple of my friends' houses and I had to bring a dish, and I'm like, Mom, I don't know like how to make like holiday food. So I've been working on it, and yeah, I usually have my grandparents because we do Christmas and Thanksgiving with them usually every year, so we always do like the sweet potatoes with the marshmallows on top, and that's kind of like what I like to do. But yeah, just pretty traditional Thanksgiving food. But yeah, in Maui when I was in Thanksgiving, I went over to my friend Paige's house, and we actually had some fish and scallops and like just local food. It was pretty good for a change.
Right on.
Yeah, but it's really cool here in Gran Canaria. I feel like there's a lot of Christmas decorations, and I haven't been seeing much of it in Hawaii, so I'm stoked to be here and see that because I've never really been super into the holidays, but more recently I've been like, okay, I like Christmas. So it's really fun to see all the lights and stuff here. They're super festive.
Yeah, definitely heading towards the festive season of this part of the world. It's also surf season as well, and that's why we've seen a significant jump in the wave height. Here goes the heat leader, one of our Brazilians, Wellington race, who there's a little speculation attempt on that one. Quite a lot of white water on the face.
Yeah.
And the wave going a little bit soft, doesn't like it.
I like that he's staying busy though, just kind of looking around, just trying to build that house, better his scores. But I don't think he really needs to do that because with 5.5 minutes left, Julien is comboed, needing a total of a 14.35. So I'd say Wellington's sitting pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah, Julien has found some bombs. Does like to find the bigger waves, but he's got a little bit of strapping on one of those knees as well. So
Yeah.
obviously carrying a bit of a knock from, I think it was from a turn in an early round. So he's a little bit wounded as well. He's given a decent account of himself, just in terms of his wave catching. Hasn't really been able to get any manoeuvres done as yet. Wellington race, on the other hand, is on an absolute tear, carrying that over. It's been one of the outstanding performers of today. And things are all setting up pretty nicely for tomorrow. Talk about that world title race, kind of swirling around a bunch of different combinations. Obviously, Poinaki's the only person that kind of just decided himself, doesn't need to rely on anyone else getting a result, but it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out. Any preferences from your point of view? Who do you cheer? Get behind everyone? Diplomatic answer?
I just like to see good surfing, but it would be really amazing to see Sean win the title. Sean is like my big brother. He's like been traveling with me since day one, like my starboard days with like the whole crew of like me, my brother, Zane, Sean, like we all just used to travel together, and so it would be really cool to see Sean get a second title here. He's super deserving of it and just rips. Like I want to surf like Sean. So yeah, Sean's definitely my pick. But anything can happen. You never know. So.
And on the women's side, obviously you got the title wrapped up. But if you don't win the event, who do you fancy out of our 8 women athletes?
Well, I haven't been here to see anyone surf, but I heard that Fiona has been ripping. So, and I know Fiona does really well in bigger surf. She won Sunset earlier this year, and I got second there. So, yeah, I know Fiona is definitely probably going to be one to watch here. Obviously, Shaq and Ibaya are always up there in the top. Even Vanya too. Like Vanya's backhand is on point. So I'm really interested to see what she has to offer out here. But yeah, I think we have a really good draw here. There's not many of us girls, but I mean we're all at a pretty high level to a point where any of us could win. So yeah, I'm just kind of cruising, and whatever happens, happens. But I'd be stoked to win, but obviously I'd be stoked to see someone else win too. So we'll see.
Very diplomatic. Be great to see how that goes down. Women's action will kick off at the end of the afternoon when we finish up round 4. We are going to go on a bit of a break after this heat, just 2.5 minutes remaining in it. Just let this tide hopefully top and then drain out again. Mid-tide does seem to be like the best things down here. When it's super low, it breaks a little bit wide, gets kind of rippy in the midsection of the wave. high. The wave is abbreviated, only one real legit section out the back, so getting down towards that mid-tide. As our drone view, we'll just check out, looks like all smiles from Julien Boyer, doesn't seem to be too perturbed about his situation in this heat.
Yeah, and the fact that you pointed out he's got a little knee brace on, I mean, that's pretty incredible to be able to come out here and handle all the bump and the chop on the waves. I mean, that's got to be a lot of pressure on your knees and your ankles, and so props to him for just coming out here and trying to send it on the bigger waves.
So clock will tick down. Priority is with our Frenchman in red, but he's on the wrong side of a combo at the moment. He's got a lot to do in terms of his requirements. And then he's got to figure out getting in over the rocks. It's kind of nasty down there at high tide. We've seen a few kind of athletes be pretty careful about making their way in.
Yeah, I know last year I had kind of a hard time coming in the morning of the event. I was free surfing and the tide was fairly high in a set game. I just got washed on the rocks. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how I navigate it this year.
Rocks down here seem to have that nasty combo being sort of both slippy and sharp.
Yeah.
Which doesn't seem fair, right? All right, here we go. Julien Boyer looking to try and get out of that combo at least with 45 on the clock. He won't do it on that wave. It doesn't let him on. And I think our decision to go on a break has kind of been vindicated by the way. You've seen a lot of these sets just back off now.
Yeah.
Only certain ones are breaking, and I think it's a pretty good call. Just give everyone a bit more opportunity.
Definitely. And the ones that look like they're going to line up just end up kind of fattening out once they get to a certain point where earlier they were standing up. So yeah, I definitely think it's a good call to go on a brief hold and just let the conditions kind of clean up and give the competitors some better waves.
All right, so we'll count down on this one, and the Wellington Race story will keep on rolling through till tomorrow. We won't see that man again until Sunday, final Sunday tomorrow. Or at least that's the plan going off the forecast to be finishing up tomorrow. So good job to Wellington, who has looked in great form today. And he's kept it rolling there with a pretty comprehensive victory over the Frenchman Julien Boyer. These two will make it in. We're going to go on a bit of a hold for about an hour.
Alrighty. Well, thank you guys for tuning in, and tune back in about an hour when we come back for some more action.
It's been great having you on the mic. Thanks for joining us and giving us your insights, and good luck in the event. We'll look forward to speaking to you again later on in the event.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. I'm out.
Right, Izzy Gomez. She literally just got here off a plane. Boards aren't here yet. She is stoked about the swell having risen considerably, and the women looking like they're going to start surfing this afternoon. We're going to go to a break just for the high tide for now. So we're going to ask you to rejoin us in an hour's time. It's, what, 1:40 local time at the moment, so just after lunch on a Saturday afternoon. Stay tuned, appworldtour.com, and we'll be picking up the broadcast on the other side of this high tide. Join us for it then.
In 1912, the Hawaiian father of modern-day surfing, Duke Kahanamoku, expressed a dream that his beloved surfing could one day become an Olympic sport. As the world governing body of surfing recognized by the International Olympic Committee, the ISA made pursuing the Duke's dream part of its mission. In August 2016, the ISA made the dream come true, successfully lobbying to include surfing in the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Since 1964, the ISA has been working to create a better world through surfing by crowning world champions, awarding scholarships, instructor certification courses, adaptive surfing championships, and spreading the sport to all continents through their 101 member nations and counting. The ISA will continue to use surfing to change the world, one surfer at a time, through Tokyo 2020 and beyond.
In 2020, surfing will infuse the Olympics with high-performance action and youthful energy to a level never seen before in the Summer Games. As the governing authority of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee, the International Surfing Association has their sights set on Tokyo 2020, ready to showcase surfing to the world on the greatest stage in sport. Surfing has the power to make a positive impact in the lives of all, and the ISA will continue to use the sport to change the world, one surfer at a time, through Tokyo 2020 and beyond.
Disfruta de tus vacaciones en los mejores rincones de Gran Canaria con Be Cordial Hotels and Resorts. Desde Agaete a Puerto de Moján, pasando por Playa del Inglés o Maspalomas, elige donde quieres que te recibamos con los brazos abiertos. Be Cordial Hotels and Resorts. Experiencias únicas, vacaciones diferentes. Reservas becordial.com.
all by himself and caught some bombs. So there's waves to be had out there. Hard part is getting to them and from them. To and fro is pretty much harder than you know. These rocks are treacherous, and I can't wait to see the angles of that, watching him come in and out. Some of the guys got pounded.
Definitely. And we saw a couple of little kind of rethinks. Almost missed the runway. Had to circle round the landing strip a bit and come back in for another attempt. Here we go, live action. Benoit Carpentier in the red, Mayo. He'll go off the bottom, off the top. Nice little slice in an S-turn. High line, there's a big belt. Little tail tap on the drop. And he'll finish off clean with a little pin drop and a decent start for Benoit. Meanwhile, Max Torres behind him. Not great manoeuvre that first one. Just kind of stopped himself a little bit. He's got some white water on the face from Benny C's wave. And he throws a little bit more heat into that turn. And as a result of that, the nose will bite, he'll go down, and very much advantage Carpentier from the opening exchange.
Love the opening exchange in the first 2 minutes. There's the Spanish group right there, Balafne and Fernando Serra. Fernando will be waiting for his youth event. But Benoit found a nice looking, great sized wave. It wasn't one of the bigger ones, it wasn't a small one. It was kind of an in-between set, nice and clean face. And he did what he had to do on his 2 turns. And these are incredible turns. Look at how smooth right here. Boom, just all the way back into the pocket, staying on his rail. Great bottom turn off the top, free fall down, uses the paddle. He's stoked. Max Torres, on the other hand, didn't like his first turn, was a little slow, left a little something to be desired. Sets up for this, a little frothy, tries to give it a little something extra, and goes down. As a result, great exchange. Benoit getting the better of that. Max Torres' wave comes in at a 2.5. Still waiting for Benoit's score.
Well, if you think Ben gets something mid-range, 5-ish, maybe slightly north of that as an opener, what a great way to start a heat. And just put already what could potentially be a keeper score on the board. And a great building block as well to go on from there. Looks like the support squad for Brittany, a little late coming over from the penthouse. They're just arriving. So expect the volume to go up. There it is. Around the event site. Big squad over here cheering on Benoit Carpentier.
And I was just gonna say for Benoit that, you know, his second turn he showed a lot of commitment, and the judges have been rewarding that commitment. So I was gonna, as you talked about your score, go a little bit higher just because the judges have been rewarding the commitment. And the combination of turns, the critical nature. So, I mean, that second turn, oh, look at this one for Benoit.
Big bomb for here, big wave. Benoit Carpentier already with a great number under his belt, and there rakes down a big hack off the top. And absolutely flying down the line here, a little bit mid-face from there. It's hard to see from this angle how critical the section is, but the first time was great. It was a big wave. There's the squad I just mentioned. They literally just rocked up for that wave.
And everyone's stoked. You see the boys down there just super excited. Mehdi, Poinike, just because of the sheer size of that wave. That's the biggest wave we've seen ridding.
The first one, wow.
Yeah, 783. When we get a chance to look at it again, and if we look at some of the other high scores of the day, but that 783, here we go. So look at this. This is the one he just went. It's huge. Easily way overhead, comes all the way up, holds that rail, stays right in the pocket there, and just nice drawn out turns. The wave's lumpy, bumpy, and huge. And his scores may not go into the excellent range, but it's going to be very close to his first score. Not as committed, but the wave was way bigger. Score might end up being somewhere around the same.
All right, so already with something of a stranglehold on proceedings. Max Torres got plenty of time to get out of jail, though. Just under 20 minutes now. But he's been on the receiving end of some cheers from the beach, and the bad news comes in the form it's another good score, and it is a combo for young Max at the moment. Plenty of time to get out of it.
Plenty of time, but still something that you think about and hope don't let it get the best of you. Being in a combination situation so early, kind of like to go tit for tat with your opponent, like they get a wave, you answer back, or you get a wave, they answer back. It's hard when you have to
have a double answer. Well, that's the beauty of 25-minute heats. Give these athletes plenty of time to catch high-scoring waves, and also priority and one-on-one format. I mean, it's a great format for an event.
Yeah, it is. Let's see who wants to spot in quarter-finals. As we've got, including this one, 4 more, 8 in the round. That'll be the men's wrapped up for the day. So by my calculation, 4 times 25 minutes, 100 minutes. That'll give us an hour and 40 minutes from the start of this one, a finished around. 2 heats of the women then to come. So just shy of 3 hours more shredding to come from the Canary Islands this afternoon, setting us up sweetly for finals day tomorrow. Frothy.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be fantastic for the rest of the day. The level of surfing, the women have been frothing. Second day of the event, they didn't have any heats yesterday. Went through the men's. Max Torres with priority.
Here goes Maximilian Torres from Puerto Rico. Nice little bowl here for Max. Doesn't take on the lip. Gives a little mid-face line. Now he attacks. Nice punch through the section. Strong leg, strong upper body. And that one he gets a little bit wrong. But one good first turn from him. He's going to need a lot more of that.
He was looking for the tube on that one, it looks like, for me. And then that second turn, realized he didn't do anything. You can see him hitting the water right there. Frustrated that he didn't get 3 turns. So in the beginning of the wave right here, Max took off late. You can see him come around this section. And he's stalling right there. You can see him kind of go up into the pocket, getting that tube stance. And then here he realizes, bang, I didn't get the tube. I'll go for this turn. And he's really hoping for one more. And right before, you can see his board kind of buckled a little bit.
Hindsight's a wonderful thing. There aren't really tubes out there today. I think it will need a legit offshore wind to really barrel. It's not happening. It's bumpy. He should have attacked the lip on that section.
Agreed.
He's on the wrong side of 2 sevens. So he needs to go into the good range, right? So he needs to attack. I would have liked to see him take on the lip there, but yeah. Hey, once again, it is very easy from up here.
But I think if you were looking at the surf, we just had an hour break, a little over an hour, hour and 15 minutes. You look out there, the one tube that came, Mo Freitas caught, didn't make it out. And in order to get a combination of 2 sevens, you have to complete all your maneuvers. The tube ride on a day where it's not offshore, the exit is very unlikely. And it takes a long time to set up the tube here. It's a very tricky wave. It's not always tubing in the right section. If it does, that's why we only saw 1 tube ride last year, when the conditions were a lot more confined. Max Torres making his way back out. 3-5 could have been a 7 very easily had he attacked that first turn.
16 minutes and 15 on the clock. Your heat leader, the Frenchman, Benoit Carpentier, out the back with a bit of a bomb coming here. He's had a good feel for the sets in this heat already so far. It's another bomb from him. And he will kind of midline through the early section off the bottom and try to belt that, and almost kind of caught in 2 minds, looking a bit down the line. Doesn't even really get the turn started.
Oh my goodness, and their excitement moved down all the way onto the rocks. They better watch out, there's some waves breaking in. That's how long it took for him to come up. About 15 seconds. Benoit on a screamer and just had to wait for this turn and wanted to attack it so bad. I mean, but he had so much speed. The lip coming right at him. I think the lip pitched a little more than he thought it was going to be. And a lot of those bigger lips have been soft. That one was pretty pitchy. So Benoit doing all he could to not injure himself. And from the moment he went down to the moment the guys cheered, it was a good 15 seconds, so he had a pretty long hold down.
A little underwater adventure for our Frenchman. He's dusted himself off, got back in the lineup. His 2-wave total 14-1-6. Max Torres with 3-5 and a 2-5. First priority with Torres, and he'll want to make a move and just strike back. It's up the side on the scoreboard, get a bit of confidence going as well.
And it's very similar to what we were talking about earlier when you were asking what Mehdi Odwani has to do in order to take out Poinanki Rioja. Max Torres in a similar situation, going against the current gold medalist who's in form, and Benoit revels in these conditions. So Max really has to play a smart heat and focus on all the things that he can do, making his turns, picking the right turns and the right waves. so far in the first 10 minutes. He picked a really good wave, and just the maneuver choice didn't really work for him. It's been working for Benoit Carpentier, 7.83. Almost into the excellent range. Judges loving the commitment. If you're just joining us through the day, we had 4 previous heats in round number 4. Nike Rioja winning heat 1 over Mehdi Odwani. Maurice Mouch being defeated by Clement Rosario. So that will be a quarterfinal matchup, Nike versus Clement. Daniel Hughes went down to Sean Pointer, and Wellington Race continued his fantastic form to take out Julien Bouillet. That's quarterfinal number 2, Sean Pointer versus Wellington Race.
It's going to be an interesting one, that one. Wellington's looked great today. Sean Pointer's not quite surfed his full potential, I think it's fair to say. He's probably been surfing around about maybe in the 60%, something like that, maybe up towards 70% of what we can expect from him. Wellington Race, by contrast, has really been hitting his stride. And tomorrow will be another day. Let's see what tomorrow brings, but it really is setting up for a final day of the season. And how good is it when the World Title Race comes down to the final day of the final event of the season in pumping surf?
That's the magic key thing you just said, in pumping surf. It's going to be a fantastic day. If you're a fan of surfing, fan of great sports, you'll want to tune in for the rest of the day and tomorrow, and watch the replay a number of times, because it's hard to catch all the action on just one viewing. It's like a good movie that you have to see 3 or 4 times. Every time you watch the movie, you learn something new about it.
Let's not undermine the live audience. Maximum respect to everyone tuning in, listening to us all day.
Oh, 100%. And I'm just saying they need to do it again and again
Brilliant.
and again.
Great, good time right there. Sounds like a great time to me.
Lepio Salazar, focused. I'm seeing him as focused as ever. And I know he'll want to be surfing for his brother as well, who's injured, had to pull out of his heat. Lecco had one good wave, but didn't have a backup, and is looking to get his form started.
Salazar coming up in the next clash. And these are just great heats. Loving the way they're setting up, taking on Mo Freitas. It's going to be a good one. That'll be heat number 6 of this round. A couple more to come after that. Then the women. They're going to take to the water, assuming conditions hold, which they look like they're going to throughout the afternoon. We had some beautiful sunshine in the early part of the afternoon. You've got a little bit of cloud cover now, so temperatures dip down again. But when that sun pokes through, man, the temperature just jumps. Suddenly, you just kind of want to bust out the barbecue and some cold beverages and get the tunes on. It is Saturday afternoon. It is the festive season. Crowd lining up to check it all out. Such a great spot to watch here as well, compared to where we were yesterday when they're way out the back. This is a much better area, kind of natural arena shape to the point. Obviously our surfers will finish up right underneath the spectators, and about where that blue tent from our camera position is. So really is cool to watch close at hand. Carpentier, first 2 waves, throwing numbers up. Never really looking back. Torres had a little while to think about things. Does have first priority, so I don't mind the positioning. He can afford to sit a bit wider, and even if Carpentier takes away that he fancies, he'll say, I'll be having that, thank you very much. Muchas gracias. For the moment, I don't know about the task at hand, not insurmountable, but it will get sort of seems more difficult as time will carry on ticking away.
Time's definitely ticking away. Benoit trying to probably bait Max into a couple waves. Benoit sitting nice and deep. Looks like just in the last couple of minutes, a little bit of wind has joined us for the day, for the heat at least. Hopefully not for much longer. 10 minutes to go. Want the conditions to stay nice and clean for our competitors. 14.16, that's the total heat score. Max is trying to better. He needs 2 waves in which to do it. Mo Freitas looking comfortable, calm, and pretty committed in his free surf.
Got the grey ghost, waxed up the tail pad, waxed all the way up the board, making sure he's got the right traction, just avoiding a bit of spray on the rocks. Here we go, heat leader cup in TA, smooth as you like, as he just deals with sections. Hot knife through butter on his first turn, and he'll go through the lip and over it with a kick out there. Doesn't get another section off it up, gets out. Don't think he'll threaten his top two, but a nice opening rail jam.
Love it. Butter knife was just a little bit too hot for the butter, a little too smooth. I think he went back a little bit too far, didn't have enough speed for the next turn, but it was beautiful. I love these full rail turns. We were talking about that earlier, and then just wasn't able to get all the way through the top. I think he had room after that, but there's a little wobble in the wave right there. It didn't allow him. Here's Max Torres live.
Maximilian on a small inside section. Both of his hands in the tube there. A nice little poke through the lip. He's close to the rocks in there. Ooh. Very close indeed. So I tell you what, he is giving it everything. He's putting board and body on the line, and he's taking a risk trying to eke every possible point scoring opportunity out of this right-hander at El Lloret. At the moment, it's on the wrong side of the scoreboard. Let's see how that last one comes in. Not sure he's going to threaten the kind of score he needs with that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. If we watch him on the replay right here, that was a pretty good turn, but very difficult turn with the paddle on that side. I think he could have went a little harder. This turn, he rips that one. Then again, going heel side. That was a nice looking turn. Stalled for the tube a little bit, and hit this one just a little bit too hard. Possibly jumped off because of the rocks, but got to finish that wave in order to send a message to the judges. I think again, going back to his maneuver selection, I've seen some of his regular front side turns where he just boom goes right on rail, throws lots of spray, instead of that heel side one on that particular wave.
Town of Las Palmas, the skyline of the capital, the island of Gran Canaria in the background there, and there's waves all along there. Basically something for everyone. There's kind of expert level heavy waves like this one, and there's a bunch of beach breaks all the way along. Really is sort of place you can surf probably 365 days a year. It's always something rideable out there, and a load of variety on offer. We've jumped to our premium location of El Lloret for today, and the decision's very much paid off with excellent scores and big solid waves. Similar kind of forecast for tomorrow as well. Hopefully maybe a touch cleaner even, but we're getting out towards that size where this place kind of holds around about. It doesn't hold much bigger than this, Anthony.
Doesn't hold any bigger than this. This is pretty much maxed out, and I took a walk to the other side just to see what the conditions looked like just around the corner around those rocks, and there was one wave in two separate sets that I saw that was closed out from our competition area all the way down to where we're staying, which is about, I would say, a half a kilometer at least, and it was just completely closed out, which we haven't seen at all. So the direction of the swell and the size of the swell and the period of the swell are maxed out for the other side for sure. Two cleanup sets, and over here on this side we've seen a couple cleanup sets early this morning. Difficult rip current conditions, and that's why tomorrow is going to be so spectacular. A little bit smaller, so we get to charge through some big tough days yesterday. Conditions on the other side, it's nice and big today. You got to get through these rounds, and then tomorrow will be a little bit smaller, a little bit smoother, and a lot of bit more aggressive.
Towards the 5-minute mark as we count down. And Torres still a lot of work to do from that big hefty total thrown up on the scoreboard by the Frenchman Carpentier early on in this heat. Found his rhythm early, so important to do that. And out of nowhere, he created a big advantage beginning of this heat.
And he hasn't been able to better those two scores from early on in the heat. Benoit's had a couple of chances. Yeah, there we are. Oh, there we are. Just under 5 minutes to go in this one. That is officially squeaky bum time for Max Torres. Needs a couple of waves that are going to put him back into this heat. Oh, there he is. He's bummed. He just falls off the back of his board, kind of just throwing his hands up. I think the equivalent of knocking his king over right there. You see the hand in the hair.
Did you hear Sean Pointer's chess chat in his interview?
I did not.
Some good chess talk. He's been playing chess.
Yep.
And he's been on the losing end.
Yep.
With Daniel. And so he said it was nice to get a win back because he's been getting cleaned up on the chessboard.
Yes. He's been playing for a total of 4 days. Today's his 5th day playing chess. And Daniel Hughes has been teaching him. And as well, I've been giving him a couple tips. We've been talking about it. So far, there's 3 members in the APP World Tour Chess Club. Sean Pointer, Daniel Hughes, and myself. So we have a motto. I forget what it is. Something like sup, life, chess, or something like that. So if you want to join, just send Daniel the message.
Bomb out the back. Carpentier is the man with priority. He's got a good looking wave. He'll need to come around a section first. Several pumps off the bottom. Not super convincing on his first maneuver. Now we'll get a nice swoop of the rail. Big figure 8 jam from him into the pocket. Attacks the lip. Tries to blow out the tail. And he'll go down incomplete on that last maneuver. Don't know if he'll improve on that, but he also held Torres off. Any possible chance Torres could have got a score on that wave? Carpentier just took that opportunity away from him. Leaves him out the back.
Great defensive move, and if you can see
Sicilian defense?
Sicilian defense, yes, or Queen's Indian, either one. But you can see on that wave there is a lot of backwash going through this, and we'll talk you through it as Benoit, just a little behind the section on the takeoff, gets around a little bit late, wanted to have that a little bit more of aggressive of a phone climb. And right there, you can see the backwash coming up the face of the wave right there. And then another little backwash coming through. That's the high tide conditions coming into play. The waves come crashing up onto the rocks. They regroup their energy. Doesn't quite send all the energy onto the sand. Comes right back out through the ocean and into the oncoming waves. So that's why we took that hour-plus break to go through the high tide period. Now we're on the end of high tide where it's starting to go back down. So each heat should be getting a little bit better and better because there will be less water going back onto the oncoming waves. It's hard enough as it is.
Counting down towards that 90-second mark. Scores remain unchanged. Torres has got a marginal improvement early on. Posted a 4-something, but it's not the kind of stuff he needs. So he really had that one opportunity. If we look back, let's see him get another one here. Off the bottom on a slope here, kind of a wave. Gets stuck early on and makes another mistake. And he hasn't really had a wave where he's kind of surfed cleanly all the way through. He's shown glimpses. He's not really looked in great form from start to finish on a wave. By contrast, this man here has looked good as he goes for a little fade left entry, and he'll look to bring this one in. There's quite a lot of time left on the clock, so an interesting decision to come in with over a minute to go. Didn't even attempt to surf the wave really, just literally brought it in. Didn't see that offered. Normally someone gets a wave, they might come in, but just to elect to go in with a minute to go is unusual, but hey, that's what he's done.
And he picked a spot right exactly where his fans are cheering him on. So there you see Benoit just escaping the white water of the next wave coming through.
Very interesting on that shot. You can see he's come up further up the point, so to speak, than traditionally where everyone's ending up. And I think that's a smart choice just to avoid that shore break. There's a little bit of a kind of a hollow zone in terms of energy in there. It's a little bit quieter. Times it sweetly. And he's back on dry land.
Benoit Carpentier becoming the first entrant into the bottom half of the quarterfinals. We have the top 2 heats already set up. Benoit defeating Maximilian Torres. He will be the first person in that heat number 3, quarterfinal number 3. He'll face the winner of our next heat, and it's going to be a doozy.
Leco Salazar will take on Mo Freitas in heat number 6. So a couple of powerful surfers in the water right now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Maximilian will bring it in. And these two will duke it out. Quarterfinals are shaping up now. We've got 5 of 8 decided. I tell you what, that top one, first quarterfinal, was kind of leaping out at me. Bonarchy versus Clermont. And just judging on today and what we've seen and the ability of Clermont to get scores on the end of sections, potential upset there. That'll be really interesting to see, as with all of our heats, but just that one in particular. Just going off today. Tomorrow a brand new day, of course. Here it goes. But here goes Mo Freitas down the line. Not loads of speed taken into that first maneuver. Just kind of speculating through with a nice carve off the rail. And kick out from him. So Mo opens up the account, draws first blood.
Not a bad wave on the takeoff on that particular ride, but I think Mo would have liked to have been a little bit more aggressive. It was a big wave. He traveled far. His maneuvers were not there in order to earn a high score, but I think Mo Freitas just wanted to get a ride under his belt, and you can see some backwash playing a factor in it as well. You can see his high line. I think he's going to come right under the section, but then it kind of fattens up right there, and you can see right here there's another little backwash coming as he goes into that cutback there. And here it just fattens up, pulls out in the channel. Getting his legs moving. He had an excellent free serve, 2.67. He's in the lead.
Just revisiting that chat about the quarterfinals, Sean Pointer and Wellington Race. Wow. That's another one, absolute smoker of a heat. That promises to be. I'll tell you one thing, those two are going to go at it with intensity. Let's have a look at Leica Salazar. A little clip off the top. This is the way we just saw. Ambitious with that backwash on the inside.
Bang. But that is Leco's style right there, just to attack. And neither surfer sending a hearty first blow. They're both just a couple of twos, so 2.5 minutes to go.
Do you know the technical oceanographic term for backwash?
Yes.
You dying to know?
I'm dying to know.
Hydraulic jump.
Hydraulic jump.
Fancy way of saying backwash.
Hydraulic jump. Okay.
Just putting it out there.
Hydraulic jump. Yeah, it works. It works. Why jump?
Basically, it describes a temporary, kind of instantaneous rise in sea level caused by a wave bounding out the sea, reacting with a wave coming in. And let's go down and hear more about the waveforms at El Lorette, because Benoit Carpentier, who smoked the last heat, is standing by for an interview.
Benoit, nice session after an hour's break. We saw you out there before training, and now some big waves out there, no?
Yeah, couple good sets. It's pretty hard with the high tide actually. It's moving a lot, but yeah, stuck to get these two waves to score in the first 5 minutes. Yeah, I was kind of relaxed after the rest of the heat. I know Max was combo, so I was kind of trying to choose like the best wave, and yeah, stuck to make that one.
Yeah, definitely. Congrats. I mean, we did see Max out there trying to get past this combo. He had, I think, a bit of a complicated situation for him, but congrats, man, and into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, tomorrow it's on. It should be even better. So yeah, stoked. Woo.
All right, félicitations, Benoit. Love the cheering squad in the background doing the little dance, waving the flag, bringing the energy. He looks happy, he looks relaxed, composed, and he's on fire, and he could be a spoiler as well. Finals day tomorrow, all is coming together. So many little storylines bubbling over. It's like we've got all these awesome tasting ingredients, and we've kind of thrown them in the pot, and we're stirring it up, and I just can't wait to see what it tastes like.
Oh my gosh, we're talking my language with food.
There we go, still dancing down there, celebrating. Into finals day for Benoit Carpentier. Meanwhile, let's check out the lineup and see Hawaiian out of Haliva on the island of Oahu. Mo Freitas won't get an entry into that wave. Little frustration for him. Leica Salazar, can he capitalize on the priority that's just been shifted to him now? As we see a view from above of our lineup. That's stacking in. This higher tide has focused the energy much further up the point. So this morning when it was lower, we're breaking around about the midsection of the wave. We've gone much more up the top of the wave, so starting a bit earlier at the point, but also finishing possibly a bit earlier as well. That's our playing field. Plenty of scoring opportunities out there, though. But the strong starts, which, gold if you can find them. See Izzy Gomez spectating there. Sean Pointer getting his groove on, listen to some tunes. He's not going to be surfing in the heat again today, so he's just, looks like he's getting ready for a heat, but maybe just thinking about a free surf in the evening. Meanwhile, with a bouncy entry from under the priority of the Brazilian Salazar, here goes the Hawaiian Freitas. Big clip off the top from Mo. Nice drawn out bottom turn, vertical stab. Comes around clean, gets a little snap off the tail, and he'll swing again with a figure eight, hits the juice, and a kick out on the inside. So very much making amends for that last kind of misfire, and nailing a good wave there.
Mo Freitas going to town on that one. I think he's stoked to get a ride under his belt with some scoring opportunity. That one, he didn't go as far off the bottom to compensate for the hydraulic jump. And right there, more of it. And Mo just doing a great job avoiding it. And beautiful paddle work right here. I love that turn. That's my favorite turn of the whole wave right there. And pulling out nicely. So, you know, just maybe toning down the aggressiveness a little bit to get a score on the board and really get something going with this heat. But yeah, I really like is also how, like I mentioned, during the backwash, he didn't go all the way to the bottom. He stayed kind of mid-face to make sure that he got the speed. Because if you go to the bottom and that backwash hits, just throws you off just enough to slow down your speed, and you don't have enough speed to get back up to the top with the momentum that you need. Mo Freitas able to make that adjustment.
Salazar knew he was a bit deep on that one, didn't he? Had a little look, but he knew that first section was going to get away from him, not the kind of wave he was after. This one might go underneath him, it will. He can afford to speculate and hang on to priority because Freitas is a long way away. So all on his own at the moment. Score comes in 5-9 for Mo. Puts himself in a lead with one decent score. So a good upper mid-range score for the Hawaiian on that last wave. And just as you said, maybe didn't have the most critical section, so didn't need to kind of over-surf it. I think that was key to what he did there. He kept his flow going, kept it clean, gets a decent score. We've got some texture out the back. We've got some sets marching in out of the northwest. What can Leiko Salazar get going in this one? Has yet to really get into the heat so far. Just a 2-point wave from him. Doesn't even have a second wave. He knows the kind of waves he's looking for. You see him being selective. He's having a good look and scouring the horizon for the right opportunity. Man, oh man, of course, does take that patience and that wave selection. Just kind of the importance of that does ramp up rather than maybe a 4 or even a 3-man heat, which kind of catch waves that come to you, see where you end up. Particularly at a reef point as well. Just want to be a bit more selective up until a certain point.
There you see Karsten Kermis, one of our competitors, along with his girlfriend, and some local fans.
Is that him on the left?
That's him on the left, yeah. He had a great heat in the purple jacket with the camera. And he was, I had a chance, I ran into him as we were walking away yesterday, and I just go, oh, because remember he was one turn away from advancing.
He looked real good, actually.
Yeah,
he was ripping.
Yeah, picked some great waves. As we heard Benoit talk about the conditions possibly being better tomorrow. We see some local fans here to cheer everyone on. Looking again at the quarterfinals like you were talking about. You know, that first one could help out a lot of guys. Clement Rosero versus Poinike Rioja. Clement with that 8.17 that we've talked about. Poinike's highest score is only 7.17, so Clement may have the opportunity for an upset.
Freitas swinging out the back, gets himself in, and a nice bash off the top. A great turn from Mo, from under the priority of Salazar. Won't get another maneuver, but a good first turn from Mo Freitas. And Leiko let him have that one.
Yeah, something about it he didn't like. we shall see what happens with the score. But Mo Freitas able to just continue to build Lecco playing the waiting game. So just continuing our chat. Sorry, our screen went off. We missed the replay, but the replay was fantastic. The viewers at home saw it. We were just... Anyways, the first quarterfinal, Point Nike, Clement, upset possibilities. Clement has a score higher than Point Nike by a whole point. Point Nike, one of the first times in the event. Oh, share the iTunes. Point Nike doesn't even have a score in the top 10 for single wave scores. He's just been squeaking through his heats. Sean Pointer and Wellington Race. It's a matchup. Remember their round 3 heat. Lecco on a sick one.
Salazar, nice entry for him. He's been real patient. Needs to make it pay. Good. Backhand hit from him straight to a bottom turn. A little bit too stage on that turn, but nevertheless it was pretty radical and it was fast and aggressive. Bang, there he is. Pokes it up on the end section as well. And there might be a certain degree of leniency as to what gets deemed a completion given how close that end section is to the rocks. He was real patient. Did the patience pay off, Anthony?
Oh my goodness, it had to have paid off. I really like the timing of that wave. The size was there. Attacked the first turn right off the takeoff. See his hand slipped off his paddle just a little bit on one bottom turn, but his legs are so strong. I've been talking about it through the day, how he's able to manage those ripples better than anyone, I think, and does not affect his timing. Mo Freitas left out the back all alone, and he looks like he's having a look at this one.
Freitas, Hawaii, finds himself a wave. He's up in his stance and just compressing off the bottom with speed into the lip. He'll just hack one. A little bit of roof ride involved in that as well. Nice little hybrid turn for a first maneuver for him. Now he will spank the lip for a third time, and he's still not done. That's a radical little blow of the tail. Ditches the fins, will go incomplete on the third maneuver, but some nice rhythm on that wave and shown a bit of variety as well. And you can see he's a little bit annoyed that he didn't complete that last turn. Maybe just pushed it a little bit too hard.
Oh, that was so sick. I can't even wait for these replays. First, Lecco. You can see him eyeing the lip off the bottom. Boom, nice and smooth right in the pocket. Great paddle work. Attacks that second one. Little two-stage turn, like you mentioned, Paul. And then again, bang, right there. Able to land that turn. Dives off before the rocks. And here's Mo Freitas' answer. Off the bottom, extended float off the top. Paddle gets stuck in the leash. Manages to get it out, just regrouping right there. Mo Freitas off the bottom, boom, off the top. A little bit flat on that one, and then comes with a lot of speed on this turn. Really accelerated off the bottom. He went too hard. He got to land that last turn.
Judging panel's going to earn their potatoes as they work out scores for that last exchange. Let's see how they come through. Salazar, 693 for him. And his number drops in and puts him thus far with the high score of the heat. And he was real patient waiting for that wave. As you mentioned, does kind of impose himself. This is a great heat. Just kind of ramping up. Let's hope we get plenty of waves to these two, because I feel like they're really surfing themselves into form. My Freitas looks real dangerous as well, doesn't he?
Mo is just ripping, and you know, just takes one really sick wave up into the excellent range, and they both have the maneuvers to do it. It's just a matter of picking those times, to getting the speed in order to do that. And that last move by Freitas where he fell, he had so much speed, and it's interesting there you see Mo 6.1, enough to keep him in the lead due to that 5.9, his previous high score. Lecco with the 6.93, which is the highest single score. He's got a 2 for a backup, and I'm sure he can better that.
It sets us up sweetly. He'll get in the lineup first because he did ride the first wave on that exchange. He'll have priority, and he doesn't need a big number either. He does have the high score as well so far in this one. So although at the moment he's in second place, he's actually in a pretty good spot in this heat. And you think about with 10 minutes to go, you'd be very surprised. We haven't seen any heats where we didn't get a set in 10 minutes. So he's certainly going to get an opportunity. Obviously, Freitas will be right there, breathing down his neck, hoping to go again behind him in an exchange. I love it when they surf. You know, they surf in the same set, and it really gives you like a great opportunity to just kind of not only compare the waves, but just compare their surfing to each other, and compare of that exchange going to the Brazilian, who could just push a little bit harder. Freitas' waves a bit more down the line when they had to keep his speed up all the way through. Almost a point spread in the score, not quite 0.8 of a point between the two. That last exchange puts the Brazilian in a really strong position with now 9:15 on the clock.
And a wave to get a 5.08, he can do it with one turn. We've seen 2-turn combinations or even 1 turn that have been in the excellent range. So all he needs is 2 or 3 huge turns, and he can not just get that 5.08 that he needs, but much, much more. And his surfing, that's what he likes to do. Lecco loves bigger waves with power, and I think that matches his style nicely. We'll see how these next two surfers get out to the lineup. Juan de los Reyes, Guillermo Cabecera. An interesting matchup here with Mo Freitas and Lecco Salazar. It's a matchup of our Brazil event in 2012. So Lecco won in 2010 in Brazil. Lecco won in 2011. In 2012, here comes young 15-year-old Mo Freitas with new boards and new moves when he first got his Rawson boards. And Mo Freitas went to town, won the event as a 15-year-old. Lecco came back and won in 2013. But if not for a young Mo Freitas, Lecco Salazar would have 4 event wins in a row in Brazil. And, you know, I don't know if you necessarily hold a grudge, but you definitely don't forget something like that. So that every time you come up against someone that you've matched up with in a final, you're going to want to take them down. And I got to say, Lecco is on a roll with momentum from the last couple of events, and I hope he takes that into this next ride.
All right, here we go. All set, standing up. No one interested in that first wave. It's a smaller one. Just goes underneath our lineup position. 7:30 on the clock in this one. Freitas will look to try and kind of hustle in there. Maybe try and sell something. Maybe try and look disinterested and then spin and go. As we'll get slightly becalmed again. Juan de los Reyes getting ready. Impressive beard for a junior.
A very impressive beard, yep. That's why he does not look like a junior, but he is. And you talk about not looking at a wave and then going. Oh, there he goes. Guillermo Cabecera, see how he does. Times it perfectly. Then you get the backwash. See if there's one behind it. Well done to the Mexican surfer. Timing the treacherous, rocky shore break. Let's see Juan. Comes the oncoming wave. Perfect launch. Great form. Pointed toes. Uh-oh, Juan scrambling. Is there another wave? Nah, he gets out clean. Well done. Oh, so this one's going to push him back. Let's see where Juan comes up. Guillermo's looking. He's laughing at him. No, he's not laughing. There, Juan. Thanks the Lord right there, and makes it over that one. And he is getting back out into the lineup. 6 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Lecco looking for a backup wave.
How good is it when you're surfing with one of your buddies and a bomb set comes, you both caught inside, and you just see them getting pinged back to the beach? It's impossible not to have a bit of schadenfreude, some shameful pleasure at that. The other one, of course, is when you're out the back and they're a bit inside and the set comes, and you know that you don't quite have to duck dive, so you just kind of let yourself go up, maybe just dip the top section of the wave, and you just kind of do that look back with the open mouth and kind of look at them. They're just going to get it on the head. All fun and games.
Cruel but true. Cruel but true.
Yeah, assuming no one gets dashed on the rocks. Of course, out the lineup, nothing much has happened. Prio is still with Salazar. Clock's ticked down. I said we haven't had many periods of 10 minutes without a set. Well, we've had 4.5.
Thanks, Paul.
Sorry about that.
I'm pretty confident we'll have set coming. All the buoys reading. Very consistent swell.
Double down on the commentator curse. Liked it. Okay. Interesting. All right.
Is that what I just did?
5 to go.
That is exactly what I just did.
Squeaky bum time in Heat 6 of round 4, deciding our 6th quarterfinalist of 8. Who's going to be in that third QF to take on Benoit Carpentier? One of these two at the moment. It is Mo Freitas, the Hawaiian, with the advantage. The requirement for Salazar. Ideal situation. They're both going to get at least another opportunity. Maybe, we're just thinking how we like to see Heats play out. Maybe a wave will come. Salazar will get the score. Freitas will get way behind. And then he'll have a new, fresh requirement. And we'll be on the edge of our seats waiting for the score to come in. Love it when that plays out that way.
Yep. We can see the crowd. They're kind of looking at each other. It looks like there might be a set coming. You can see people pointing out there.
How weird is it to see people surfing in trunks and people on land in hoodies and stuff? It's unusual. Here goes Lakers Salazar. Let's stick with the action. He's got a bomb here. Remember that requirement is just a 5. First his turn is a bit of a redirect clip. This is where he's going to take it on, and he'll do that there with some aplomb and polish. Rips up a nice little third maneuver. Nothing overly critical so far, but probably good enough, you think, for a mid-range score. It's not going to be loads more than that. Oh, he's still slicing and dicing down. They got a little bonus section almost off that backwash rebound, didn't he? So, let's see Freitas here as he gets a bomb of his own. Got some creases in the face, and he does well to project down it. He's got an absolute ton of speed off the bottom. First little slash, then a whitewater section will drop in front of him. What's he got here? As he'll just kind of project into the lip. Wow, and he'll take on a floater on the end. And he likes it, finishes with speed. So, okay, that situation that we talked about where it could be a score for Salazar and then a new requirement for Freitas. Anthony, your thoughts?
And then you finish that with being on the edge of their seat. And literally, I'm on the edge of my seat right now. Mo Freitas trying to answer back. And each turn was a little bit more aggressive than the previous. First turn, you're kind of like, not the score. Second turn, not the score. Third turn, okay. And then he finished that one in Spanish style. When you put the exclamation point in the beginning of the word, there's an upside down exclamation point. That's exactly what that answer back was from Mo Freitas. This first turn right here, he comes off the bottom a little slow and tries to manufacture a turn right there, but not an on-rail turn like we're used to with Mo. Goes up and through the lip, but a little soft lip, a playful lip. And then right here, turn number 3, he just attacks that lip, comes down, he's stoked, and he's got to get out before the rocks. And then we have a look at the two guys paddling out right now, one after the other.
Lakers Salazar will want another wave. I'm pretty sure of that. He will want another wave. His requirement, that's prior to the last score coming in for Freitas as well. So 5-0-8. Probably thinking he's pretty good for that. His second turn is probably the best one for the Brazilian. And that'll put him in the lead. And then we'll get another number to drop for Freitas. Looks like first prior will be back with Salazar. So can he get another opportunity? He'll definitely want one. He'll need to go something. Looks like we've got a little bit of texture to the right of your shot. Some lines arriving out of the North Atlantic. Love it if we got another exchange as well. Judges have got their work to do, and this one's pretty close. You see the scores are pretty close together. Let's remind ourselves of this wave from Ledco. It's the second turn, I think, could be the money turn.
Yeah, he opened up right there. He attacked that one, and we've seen scores for the commitment. Didn't quite have the airdrop we've seen on some other ones, and he has a couple of polishing maneuvers at the end here. This nice cutback. And then this turn right here, you can only see the backside, but that's a great turn right there. So basically, Lecco's high score is about a point higher than Mo's. So we have to ask ourselves, did Mo just score 1 point higher than Lecco's wave? I don't know if he did that. Mo Freitas ending it with a bang, but Lecco had the one big turn that was commitment and a couple other sprinklers around on the outside as well.
Gonna be really tight. Will we see another wave ridden in this one? It's gonna be really tight on that last exchange. Judges are still processing, making sure they nail the number. It's crucial for a spot in the quarterfinal. 20 on the clock. Freitas has got himself significantly inside here, as he does have second priority. The clock's going to tick down. I'm not sure we're going to see another wave ridden, so it's all going to come down to that last exchange.
So if you're watching on appworldtour.com, the website, you can see what I see. The scores coming in. Leco Salazar. He's got a 7 and a 6-8 dropped for 2 of the judges. We're waiting on that third score. So Leco's score is going to be about the same. So Mo Freitas is going to basically need an 8 or higher. He's going to need an excellent score.
Could be in trouble here. Big number coming in for the Brazilian.
And it's not going to be enough, I don't think. Mo's got a 7-5 and a 7-3. We're still waiting for 2 more scores. There it is, 6-9-3 for Leco, 7-4-3. Mo got the better of the exchange, but not enough. Leco Salazar wins by half of a point.
We knew it was going to be a close one. And Leco Salazar really, you got to be thinking in that heat, he only really rode 2 legit waves. And there's his score there. So 2 identical numbers for him. Good enough for 13.86. And Freitas, the highest score, 7.43. Will be wondering how he didn't make that heat.
Man, that missed opportunity when he fell on that 6.1. I think that's the one he fell on that last turn. And that turn was his most aggressive turn. And that heat is in the books. Waiting to round out our final quarterfinal. We've got Juan de los Reyes and Guillermo Roberto Carrecero, 2 Spanish competitors. They were the 2 competitors that represented Spain at the recent ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championships. These guys looking like pros exiting the water. No big deal. Well played, well done by both competitors. That was an awesome heat.
Great heat, that one. Between 2 experienced campaigners. And they're finding out now how it went down. They don't know at this stage. That's why Leco Salazar.
Oh man.
Is stoked. Mo Freitas, not so much.
He forgot about the oncoming whitewater. He was waiting for the score. He forgot about the tricky exit. Leco is stoked right now. And Mo Freitas surfed so well all weekend. Look at him. He's not even worried about getting out. What a great heat.
I'll be looking to get that leash off as soon as possible before it gets tangled on anything. We've all been there. And then just a volley of foul language comes out of my mouth as I'm stubbing toes, banging shins. Board starts making all sorts of noises on the rocks. But anyway, a great heat, that one. And Leco Salazar can only be one winner. It's him by about half a point. And Freitas will be annoyed with the way that one came out. He surfed real well. And Leco Salazar, he just seems to come and bring his elite sort of competitive spirit and nous towards the latter stages of events. He comes alive in the back end of the draw.
Doesn't get a lot of opportunities. He picks the good ones and he executes when he has the opportunities. So well done. And we have our third quarterfinal setup, Benoit versus Leco. Getting back to our quarterfinal chat. The second quarterfinal with Sean Pointer and Wellington. That was a rematch from their round 3 heat where we saw Sean Pointer lose with a 15.74.
Bayo straight down to Biz. Nice slash off the top from him. Little wiggle off the bottom and another hit. So good combo of turns. You can see the contrast already. It's an aborted third maneuver. Lack of power compared to the previous heat from just the amount put into the turns. A little more conservative. But nevertheless, nice little combo. Won't get a third turn. Now, De Los Reyes, can he handle the pressure? Young surfer. Showing us flashes of good stuff. He can get annoyed with himself if things don't go his way. He's got a little bit of meat here. What can he get done? He'll take off with the nose pointing kind of to the left and he'll swing around on this right-hander. Just be patient. Won't get a first maneuver. Have to go for a wrapping cut back with a great point scorer. A little bit of baton twirling and he'll lose it on the insides.
Maybe see him shaking his head like you just talked about. I think both surfers making a mistake there, wanting to get their action started a little prematurely. I mean, this wave never really had an excellent score written on it. It was, very, very small wave compared to the waves we've seen. I mean, he does well with this, but falling at the end isn't going to help as well. And then I think Juan just got a little too excited. You can see some bigger waves in the set behind. This wave, a little frothy, not really much on offer, but if you look at the wave behind,
think Guillaume's was a much better wave. You just finished off. You'd think, all right, mid-range, maybe a high 4, low 5, possibly, building a bit of a house. Let's go down and hear from a man who just came out of an absolute nail-biter of a heat, Leiko Salazar. He's standing by with Danny.
Leiko, definitely the closest heat to the championship so far. Let's say a few words about it.
Yeah, it's a good reach. Mo Freitas is my friend a long time. Surfed so much. I'm so happy to advance to the next round, quarterfinal, represent Brazil, my city, Santos, my family, Salazar family. I love my daddy. Love you guys. I'm so happy.
Yeah, again, congratulations. You made it down to the quarters. Yeah, I mean, what a heat. I think there's no real words for it. Congratulations, man.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Obrigado a todos do Brasil que estão me acompanhando. Vamos que vamos. Vamos passando fase por fase. E estou muito feliz de ter avançado.
Obrigado.
Fase por fase, I think that's step by step. I think he was saying, thanks everyone. Just translating the Portuguese, and he's just saying step by step, heat by heat, fase by fase.
Also, por próxima bateria.
See?
Good luck for your next heat.
Yes? Oh, nice. Oh, you can see the emotion coming out of him.
Yeah.
These guys, they're so passionate. He's talking, he surfs, trains a lot for these competitions, and you can just see how stoked he was. That was just, a 31-year-old grown man with youthful exuberance from winning a surf heat. That's the beauty of sport.
Absolutely. What a great heat that was. And just in those clutch situations, time and time again, Leiko Salazar, when he's asked a question, he provides us with the answer. Doing it again, getting through into finals day. He was there in Barbados in the last event, and he's done it here again in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Final day of our season. Looks likely to be tomorrow. Finals day, the men's world title for 2019. Who's going to be the APP world champ? 3 athletes with a shot at it. Let's see a spin here from Juan de los Reyes on a bit of a bomb. Nice double up form to the entry bowl as he'll go straight down. Decides just to kick out.
I think the wave decided for him. I think he would have attacked one move, and now he's turning and going again. Little inside drainer, so he's getting a little bit antsy. And that one's got a lot of froth and backwash to it. Juan de los Reyes.
Yeah, just going for an inside wave. That tells us maybe his strategy's not super clear in his mind, and now he's going to have ridden, that's his 4th or 5th wave, hasn't really scored anything over a couple of points, so a little bit nervy, a little bit tentative so far in this one.
Brothers Bouillet sitting with Poinike. He's done for the day, but not going home. And you can see Juan just a little bit, too antsy right here. This wave never really had that much scoring potential on it. He's trying to just get something in the books, but wasting a lot of time and energy and emotion. And emotion going in the wrong direction after not executing turns that are excellent. And you nailed it right on the head with that 4.83 for Guillermo's first wave. He surfed it well, but the wave wasn't that big, and he didn't finish. Had he finished, might have been a 5, just like he said.
So he's out the back there, dealing with some choppy waters coming at him as this tide will just kind of drain out of this little kind of sort of false bay here. At the wave known as El Hierro. And he'll find a little opportunity come his way here now, so he'll need to reposition. He did paddle for that last wave, but might be a bit deep on this one. Is he going to be able to spin and go? I'm not sure he will. He's going to have to let that go, so possibly a bit of a fatter wave anyway, but both are surfacing this, not super convincing with where they are in the lineup or what kind of waves they want to take.
And just to restate the obvious, goes back to not warming up this morning. I mean, these two guys weren't out there. Nobody was out there. except for Ibai Moreno.
And you contrast that to Lenko Salazar and just his experience in his heat. He's holding priority a long time. Just kind of looking at ways. It wasn't paddling around in the lineup and getting kind of lost and baffled and, should I be over here? Do I want to make it over there? And then, wish I hadn't done that. You know, just kind of playing it cool, sticking to a game plan with a good, sort of strong visualization of the kind of ways he wanted to take.
These are stark contrast to that. Lenko has spent a lot of time here surfing this wave. Last year, previous years, he's got friends here that he stays with. These guys new to the APP World Tour as well as new to this particular break, El Lloret. Every wave is worth a year of experience, and to get waves before the morning of your heat is good advice. Know which waves to pick, and you don't waste energy paddling around in circles picking nothing, or worse yet, picking the wrong ones. And that's how the first 9 minutes is played out in this round 4, heat number 7. Got one more heat to go. Luis Diniz versus Aaron Rowe. Aaron, the last of these elevator lift, stuck in the elevator crew. He took out Antonio Sanchez in his round 3 matchup. So all these surfers on their second surf for the day. They won their previous heat, and now they're surfing again for a spot in the quarterfinals.
So lost the prior there. A paddle from Guillaume, giving it to Juan de los Reyes. Scoreline's very close. Nothing of any great quality to get excited about as yet in this one. Let's hope it fires up. Here goes Juan de los Reyes, the goofy in reds, out of the south of Spain, driving off the bottom. A flick off the top in the pocket. Deals with the paddle. Gets a little aggressive snap. Bit more speed to this wave, and it'll be a mistake for him, and I'll bet you all the money in the world he'll come up and shake his head. We might not see it because we're watching away from behind with a great double up line. If he can get into an attack, which he won't really do, is a little bit out on the shoulder where he didn't want to be, and possibly just oversurf that first section. Put himself in a slightly wrong place. We've seen a lot of mistakes in this heat.
It has been a heat of mistakes. You can see the Bouillet bros talking about it. Camille had an awesome free session. The waves were pumping, but I think it's going to be the lesser of two evils, so to speak, with the amount of mistakes being made in this heat. And as you talked about, when we see Juan's replay, there is this bombing set in the background, and he's getting caught inside because he got pushed in from the set. He took the first wave of the set, and you can see those lines. He's, again, a little bit too antsy, not knowing which waves. Goes for this small wave, but if you look in the background, the top right of your screen doesn't even do anything on the smaller wave, but this set was bombing. There's this one. There's at least 3 more waves behind it, and right here he comes off the bottom and could have been more aggressive there. Lots of speed. Maybe went too far off the bottom to get back to the top. So we see 2 more waves ridden without any sort of attacking scores, and Juan de los Reyes took a few more waves on the head, got pushed almost to the rocks. I think Guillermo is going to get priority, even though he caught the second wave in that group. There's Ibaya and Shaq. So there's the update right there. 4.83, that's from Guillermo's first wave, the one that we saw, the smaller one, and just a 3.77 there. Juan de los Reyes with his highest score, but only a 3.66. We've seen him capable of excellent scores. Juan had a 7 earlier in an earlier heat, round number 2.
Our ski driver's come a long way in, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Realized he wasn't getting any camera.
Basically sitting in the lineup right now, which is interesting. Here we go, under that 13-minute mark.
See, it's either one of two things. He's way more experienced, thus not afraid, or he's way less experienced, thus doesn't know he's going to get caught inside.
All right, here we go. De los Reyes having a little spin and a look. And as you mentioned, antsy. It's a pretty good way to describe his energy. try and be a little bit patient. Here we go, out the back. Robeo on a nice shiny wave. Good hit from him. And he'll push out onto a face where I get a little carve out of the lip. What's he got here? He needs another turn. And he gets absolutely sent by the backwash.
The Makaha backwash just cleaned him up. Swiped the rug right from under his feet. That was awesome. That's got to be in the running for the best wipeout right there.
So now, Juan de los Reyes. Can he be patient and pick himself a good opportunity? Let's have another look at what happened here for Guillermo.
Good opener. Carried a lot of speed through that opening turn. Nice cutback right here. Couldn't decide what to do, and the wave decided for him. Gets ejected. Flew 7 feet in the air. Full extension on the board. That was awesome. Well done on the replay. The crew is nailing it today. There's our drone operator, our roommate, our friend. Gonna figure out his name soon. He's just not much of a talker. It's like Javi or Avi. And right there's Guillermo Carretera, Robelo Carretera in white Carretera. Got to reposition the jersey. It's powerful out there. Make no mistake. This Gran Canaria coastline. It's jagged. It's rough. And doesn't care who you are or where you come from. It's going to send you to the bottom.
Right, he's going to get a full 7-3 for that last effort. So for that dramatic wipeout on the end. Pretty much that one re-entry turn. Goes up in the scoreline. And 10-40. This one. A little bit lacking in quality as an encounter so far. Let's have another look.
Looking for the tube right here. And just boom. The biochemical jump. Hydraulic jump just made him jump. Oh, Juan de los Reyes jumping off his board. Hydraulic jump. That is the official name for backwash. So those kids that took the day off school today, put that in your notebook.
Saturday, man.
What, the kids don't go to school on Saturdays?
Do they?
What? In America we do.
Seems a bit harsh.
Well, Sundays is for rest. No, we don't go to school on Saturdays. Juan de los Reyes taking another one. Not quite on the head, but didn't get over it clean.
Taking it on the kneecaps kind of thing. He did well to get over. Now, can he find himself a bomb? Can he find himself a good wave? He's been kind of scrapping it out for shrapnel. Can he get a legit quality opportunity? Here he goes, a great looking wave. Nice high line pump, a ton of speed. He can get a good attack on the lip here. It'll set him up for a good inside. A little snap from him. And then he'll jam one in the pocket, a little bit lateral. But nevertheless, a decent wave. He'll get a third turn in. He's travelled a long way on that. And he finishes off clean. So important for him, he finished off on his feet, confidently. Score-wise,
he needs a 5.93. Did it show the commitment we've seen? We saw the 4.73 for Robelo basically for that one turn. That wave a lot bigger, a lot faster surfing, a lot less critical. So the critical nature will be the only thing that I think he could have improved on. His turns weren't radical, but you've got to draw them out on a bigger wave. There was a lot of bump on the wave as well. And as we really look at this one, that high line, maybe missed that first section. That first little whitewater was a bit fluffy. Could have hit that. And then just a little cut back there. And right here, he's really hoping to go big on this move. Comes off the bottom, just not enough, not high enough in the lip there. And then pulls out. So I'm not seeing a 6 on that one. But the judges may reward the size of the wave.
Under 8 minutes to go in this one. No one has cracked 5-point mark 4 away yet. Which, considering how solid it is.
There it is, 4.57. So judges didn't like that one. Couldn't be fooled. Needs a 5. Pretty simple.
He's getting in the right direction. let's keep it positive for Juan. He is nudging his score up to where it needs to be. Finished off that wave as well. I just like to see him use that backhand as a bit of an advantage. We talked about it with Izzy Gomez, the shields up here. You can get more vertical, you can scoop out your bottom turns and attack the lip. And there is Aaron Rowe dealing with a little bit of nastiness from the Atlantic Ocean.
He had to abort. He was almost gone. This is like the timing is such a key thing. So he was another
Run away.
He exactly ran away. Wisely so, because that one was a bomb. Well done, Aaron. Well played. So it's tricky. You got to get all the way to the edge to have a good jump off. And guys will have scouted their rock that they're going to jump off, but it's hard even getting to that rock.
Looks horrible.
Oh, he's going a little early.
Okay, nice. Don't mind that.
Oh, well done.
Nicely done. So far, so good.
Oh, these entries. I love these entries, and he's gone. Well done to the guys down in the booth. You're nailing it with all the shots. We love seeing the guys going in and out on those treacherous rocks. That's part of the skill it takes to surf some of these good waves.
All right, Pryor with Robello here, but he's going to let Juan de los Reyes go. Can he make him pay? Nice pump in. It's a clean face. There's an attacking line. He's going to shake his head when he comes up. That's the kind of surfing he needs to do. He needs better execution. Because backside...
Oh, he went for the board hit.
He can attack the lip a lot more backhand than forehand. It's the sort of stuff he needs to do. He's ridden a ton of waves.
He knew exactly what he needed to do. He just wasn't able to execute, and he thought he was going for the head shake. He went for the board hit. Comes off the bottom nice, and just, I think he was a little bit late there, and goes down.
Lazy was what he needs to do is in between that. So he's gone safety and nursing his turns out on the phase, and then he's gone full, like super late, going beyond vert, like almost no chance. Just in between the two, you know? Somewhere in between the two is the happy medium for him, and he will get the score that he needs. He seems to have the speed and the kind of the power. He has to jump over Robello in those departments. So if he just attacks the lip, he's gonna get rewarded. So far, he's not been able to do it. Getting close to squeaky bump time. 5:10 to go.
Yep, he only needs a 6. Got a 6.9 in round number 1 in waves that were less than stellar. So he's got the maneuvers in his belt, under his belt, in his toolbox. Oh, look at that bomb. Here he is, Juan de los Reyes again, catching a lot of waves, making mistakes.
He's just trying to force the issue. He's going on waves that don't offer the opportunity. He's just going to get more and more annoyed with himself. By contrast, the kind of zen-like stature of Luis Diniz as he makes his way down for a final heat of this round to decide who goes up against one of these two. I tell you, whoever gets to surf against them will fancy their chances based on the performance we've seen today, because they're not made great running on this wave, I think it's fair to say.
Yep, and here he's Guillermo going to town.
Nice first turn for Guillermo, that's better. This one will go soft in here. Just swing a nice little S, almost like a Z turn. And then a snap again on the inside. So, good little first effort. Now, Juan de los Reyes, where are you? Can you get yourself back in the lineup? 4 to go. Let's see how that requirement comes up. Can anyone reach 5 points for a wave score? Let's have a look at Juan.
Juan just not knowing what to do, not knowing which wave he wants, and he's taking them all. On contrast, Guillermo picking a nice wave, does great in navigating the hydraulic jump, goes off the top there, beautiful carving cut back right there into the pocket, and then finishes this wave right here. Not a super critical turn, but still finishes it standing up, pulls out on purpose to avoid the rocks, and I'm thinking that's going to better his score, and I think he's going to shut the door on Juan de los Reyes. It's not going to be a high score, but sometimes you just need higher scores.
Yeah, 5.33, there it is. So he goes half a point better than his previous high score, turns the screw now. A wave of similar order is required by Juan de los Reyes, and he needs a 5.6. So Juan needs to go a whole point better, essentially, than his best so far. And not a little time to go, 2:50 remaining.
So with just 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, we'll see if Juan de los Reyes can regroup mentally. We've seen the frustration in his wave selection, in his maneuver choice, and he's been showing it through his body language. What he now has to do is turn that around. He can be angry with himself, but he has to go to that place where he's able to execute maneuvers. He might have an opportunity. He has priority, and this is the sort of thing where competition experience comes into play, mental strength comes into play, and previous times in this exact moment and being successful in that moment. And Juan has made a lot of heats. He made the final in China at the ISA World Sup and Paddleboard Championships, won a medal there, so he'll have to hone that mental toughness right now.
He's got under 2 minutes to do it. Needs to find himself an opportunity. Here he goes. This could be the set that we'll see who is our first surfer in our last quarter-final. Gets himself a little wide to have a look at this one. He's going to let this go.
Oh, that one was a little bit wide. We'll see if it pulled a lot of water away and allowing this next wave to form for Juan de los Reyes.
Now he's going to make his way back in, which is kind of sort of summarizes how this one's gone down. He's paddled himself around in circles a little bit when he's been in the lineup, or he's gone on the first wave that comes through. Didn't fancy that wave. Showed some patience. Now he's going to need to get something. A minute to go. He needs a score. 5-6, the requirement for one of our two Spaniards. Does he like the look of this? I think he does. He's interested. It'll just stand up in the rip. Going to make a concerted effort to get on. He's found himself a sweet little takeoff zone here. He'll need to go into the lip here. He's got a good section if he can hit this. And again, it's a little side to side and soft. He'll go down the line now. He needs to attack. That's not going to be a completion for him. And that is probably the heat done and dusted. Meanwhile, behind him, looking just to hold off on a meaty looking wave. Nice setup turn for Rebea. What's he got here? Great looking section. Almost thought about tube. Has to avoid Juan. He sees board. Chase Guillermo down the point there. And that will be it. You're not going to see any more waves ridden in this heat. Juan de los Reyes, he'll be frustrated.
Oh, and you can see Juan came up well before his board. That's how powerful these waves are. He rose to the surface before his board did, which usually doesn't happen, especially with the stand-up board and all the volume of that. But Juan, you can just tell he wasn't going to finish that last maneuver by his body language and all of the energy that he was creating.
Okay, so first of all, we should say props to him. There's absolutely no lack of energy and effort and commitment. He has put the bit between his teeth and he's rallied super hard out there. He's put everything into this heat.
Agreed. And Guillermo on this his last wave. Nice looking wave. He does a great job avoiding the lip and avoiding Juan. John Wooden says, don't mistake activity for achievement. John Wooden, one of the greatest basketball coaches ever. Don't mistake activity for achievement, and that's what was happening right there. Just because you're doing something doesn't mean you're doing the right thing. And so Juan will look back at this heat and see some of the waves that were behind him that he missed. And you cannot deny the effort and the preparation. He's out there surfing a lot, getting in early, putting in the time training. So well done, Juan de los Reyes, and well done to Guillermo.
All right, let's set it up for a final heat for the men from today. It's our round 4 wrap-up, heat number 8. Aaron Rowe from Jersey in the Channel Islands, taking on Luis Diniz of Brazil. Aaron Rowe will need to bring out a top draw performance to get past the very highly in-form Brazilian, Luis Diniz.
Aaron's got his work cut out for him. But I do believe these are the type of conditions that suit his surfing. A little bit bigger wave. He's got the small wave arsenal as well, but I think, and there you can see right there, that is Guillermo Carnicera trying to make his way in by paddling out. He's going to just paddle out and over a little bit, try to ride the back of one of these waves. So this right there in white, that's the surfer from the previous heat. He's just trying to come in. So he's trying to time it so he comes in right at the right time. And if we can just keep following him and see what he does when he jumps off his board. So he's getting closer to the rocks, like 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 0 meters. So he's on the rocks right there.
Yeah, he's done pretty well with that. Now let's see how he deals with this. One option is to wait for the wave to go and kind of paddle down the back of it. He's actually seen something coming in with a bit of impetus. He's let himself drift out a wee bit. So one option now is just to go on the back of that wave and just paddle or walk in, which he seems to have done pretty well. And if you get yourself to enough dry land, it will get those important 4 or 5 tentative steps up. Of course, you're under the pressure of the clock, and the Formula wave is coming, trying to take you down.
Oh,
he's done that pretty well there.
Well done. Just one little bobble, and he's holding on for dear life right there.
Maybe doesn't realise that the internet's watching him as well, possibly collectively willing some kind of minor misfortune to befall him, purely for comedic effect, but nothing does. Good job to him, and good job in the heat. He's through to the fourth quarter final. Who's he going to face? Aaron Rowe or Luis Diniz? There's Izzy Gomez getting ready.
Did her boards come? Nope. Looks like she's looking at Vanya Laura Clayton's board. That's a Lofney right there. Lofney's board. So we'll see if Izzy got her boards. So she made her flight. Here's Juan. Juan's trying to come in. He paddled over to about the same area. He's less in control of his board, less in control, but he's in a good spot right now. If that wave doesn't suck him out, it's trying to push him against anything coming behind it. He grabs his board, hope his leash doesn't go on a rock. And he gets up before the next wave. Juan doing a great job there as well. Well done. Oh, that next one was going to get him just by the skin of his chinny chin chin.
Alright, well the reason we've been sort of commentating exits from the waters because nothing's been happening out the back. So far a bit of a phony war between our Brazilian and our Jersey Channel Islander. Luis Diniz in the red, Aaron Rowe in the white. Still waiting to get this one started off before we go to our women's first round. We're going to see all 8 athletes compete. So 2 heats of 4. One of them will be a 5-time world champion, Izzy Gomez. We had in the booth earlier to call a couple of heats, which was a good time. Got some insights from her, making her way over from Jaws. And she's back in a fellow Floridian, Sean Pointer.
They're having a laugh. Sean is all smiles for the rest of the day. Tomorrow morning he's got his work cut out for him against Wellington Race. Wellington trying to stay in the top 3 in the world. Sean Pointer trying to edge up into that top 3. Prestigious spots at the end of the year. And you can see a pretty good sized set approaching. The athletes have spent a lot of time paddling themselves around, trying to find the takeoff zone. It's a lot different out in the water than it is from land. And you see the athletes disappear. That shows you how big the set is. Luis having a look.
Luis Diniz won't get on that one. So a little false start from the Brazilian. Not allowed an entry. Maybe we'll get another opportunity from that slightly inside position now. Let's go down and hear from Guillermo, winner of the last tight heat. He's standing by with Danny.
Guillermo, against another Spanish national, your friend and surfer, eh? Tell us a bit how it was out there.
It was really fun. Competing with my friend Juan is always really difficult, but it was a really hard hit, but making it was like the perfect end for this epic year. Finishing 5 in the top 10, in the top 5 of the world in the ISA in the El Salvador, and winning the national championship against Juan last week, and now this is epic.
Well, it's fantastic. Into the quarterfinals. I'm ready for another big day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Against people from all around the world.
Well, for sure. I'm gonna sleep really good. Charge energy for tomorrow.
Absolutely. You make sure you get some sleep. And no partying tonight. Party tomorrow night.
Tomorrow I have to fly to Morocco, but I will sleep today for sure.
Okay, good. Congrats, buddy. Congrats. Good. Totally stoked to have another Spanish guy into the quarterfinals. Awesome job.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Up and ripping, and down and not ripping.
Exactly that fast. He was up and ripping and down and not ripping. Just like that. And great to see the excitement of Guillermo. He's talking about the run that he's on, finishing in equal fifth at the ISA World Championships, then winning the Spanish National Championship just 1 week ago. And now here he is in the quarterfinal.
Boomtown.
That is Boomtown. It's a pretty good couple of weeks. So he will have been in El Salvador, Gran Canaria, and now he's heading off to Morocco. Does he need us to come with him? Surely for no reason but to surf with him.
So scores in for Aaron Rowe. Saw him get that wave. Got just a 1.67 for that, so no major manoeuvres completed. Luis Denise with an uncharacteristic wobble and a wipeout after already missing a wave out the back, so not at all the start we might have anticipated from the Brazilian. Pointing to be watching this heat and thinking, go Jersey.
Yep, he's definitely rooting for Aaron Rowe because Sean Pointer in the world title hunt. All of the other guys would want him to lose to end his world title hopes. Sean Pointer has to win the event in order to have any chance at that. So in doing so, he would take out the other two possible world title contenders.
All right, here goes Aaron Rowe. Gets himself a little faded entry. Delays the bottom turn. Drives a little snap. Smaller wave, but nice shape through here. As he kind of leans over the rail and then he buries the opposite rail and goes down.
He was on his way. And behind him, you can see some nice waves breaking. And the crowd watching right there. That's Alafne. And one of our other Spanish competitors, Luis Denise, having a look.
Denise up, gets into his stance. Now he'll attack the lip with a little snap. And again, it's a much smaller wave, so just a change in tactics here. Get something on the board. Leave the bombs. Just throw something up. As he shreds on through to an inside, gets a nice vertical poke. Pretty smooth, nothing overly exciting, but he waits patiently for that turn. Finally got the section. And that'll be better stuff from the Brazilian.
Yeah, it squeezed in a lot in that wave. 6 little decent turns on a small wave. 10 minutes gone from that heat. That was the best he could come up with so far, so not exactly what we're used to, but great competition experience. Aaron Rowe right here, patient on the bottom turn, and not that much speed for the top turn on the first one, and that second one just a little warbly. Luis Denise opens up a couple waves behind him. You can see the speed off the bottom, not able to take that into anything off the top. Luis just repositioning his board and paddle, and throws a turn in right there, and then that one, that's the money turn, right in the pocket, off the lip, airdropping back down. Typically the judges like to see your best turn at the beginning of the wave. If you do your best turn at the end of the wave, they still take note of it, but it scores a lot higher at the beginning of your wave because the wave is going to be bigger. Most likely you'll be going faster. It's typically more commitment doing it right off the takeoff. So right there, Luis Denise, his best turn of that wave was his last turn, but he had to set up for that and put himself in the position. And there is his local family that he stays at, Javier. Javier had an excellent run in his Gran Canaria Pro-Am. Javier Torres de Gran Canaria. Javier lent me the scooter to go to the bathroom, but it ran out of battery, so I had to just walk. That was kind of a bummer, but it's kind of cool on the scooter. And we see right there, Aaron Rose sees something he likes. He's paddling back out. See the beautiful bridge in the background. One of the landmarks of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. And Aaron's paddling way wide. You can see him paddling out to sea and wide. So that's telling you something is approaching. And you can see that wave closing out on the other side. Aaron Rowe is way out to sea. And look at that line stack up. The drone shot right there is way out to sea. And look at how small Aaron Rowe looks on that wave right there. Luis Denise, not sure if he made it all the way back out, but he might squeeze a corner on one of these waves. We can't see either competitor. All we can see are waves, but there it is. Luis Denise found the corner.
Up and riding, the Brazilian, with a ton of speed from takeoff, halfway through the wave. Just decides to snaffle the opportunity, and it will get real deep and weird in here. And doesn't quite get the section he was after as yet. He'll still wait patiently, and he almost just pretty much surfed onto dry rocks there. And uncharacteristic seeing him not finish off a wave. So, not quite the heat we anticipate from Luis Denise so far. Not surprised to see him take that opportunity, but doesn't get to finish it off. And the bigger waves, there's still a lot of deep water out there, and they're pretty fat, tricky.
Especially that particular one, you saw him going a little bit wide, or you saw Aaron Rowe paddling wide. So Luis just getting the corner. This wave broke twice as far out as it is now, so this is the end of a pretty big wave, one of the biggest waves we've seen all day, and he's all the way into that little bit of a rip current and channel that's there, so that's why the wave doesn't allow him any sort of wall, and you can see that wave breaking right on the rocks. Aaron Rowe was trying to get one of those bombs and was not able to paddle into any of them, and you can just see how big that set was on those last shots where we couldn't see any of our competitors. And that's our first heat of women getting ready for their round of action. That's Gabriela Steinpapa and Lara Clayton. They'll be going up against Ibaya Moreno and Izzy Gomez. Winner goes right into round number 3. And second and third and fourth go into the repechaje round. 10.5 minutes remaining in our last heat of the men. Aaron Rowe having a paddle. It's tough out there. It's, you know, you see these beautiful waves, but you know, some of them are chunky, some of them are breaking in other spots. The rip is constantly moving, water's moving all around. So Aaron went all the way from the back end of the lineup to try and catch one of those bomb waves of that last set. Now he's moved in to try and catch one a little bit more on the inside.
Tide is going out, adding to the strength of some of the rips. And it's just kind of chewing up the lineup a little bit so far in this one. Luis Denise does get a marginal improvement. Got a bit of a lead so far over Aaron Rowe. Still plenty of time to go in this one though, 9.5. Priority is with Rowe in white. It needs to kind of stamp a little bit more authority if possible on his next wave. Give himself a bit of extra confidence as well, but an extra spring in his step. Lara Clayton listening to some tunes. What do you think she's listening to?
Tupac. For sure. Just under 9 minutes to go. Both our competitors sitting, waiting for a wave. Oftentimes when we see one of those large sets come, there's a little bit of a lull in between sets. And we wait patiently for another set to approach, and it looks like the boys are up and they see something. You can see it on screen there. more lines approaching. Usually 3 or 4 or 5 waves in a set. Some of the bigger sets we've seen as many as 8 waves. And we've seen a couple competitors get absolutely hammered by some of those 8-wave sets. And Luis Tinguis likes to look at this first one under priority, spins back around. That's so hard to do. I cannot tell you how hard that is. Turn and go for a wave, turn back around, and get repositioned for the one behind it. Luis Tinguis is the master of that. Falls off right there. Aaron Rowe just coming off the bottom, a little midway through the face, and that turned a little bit better, way up on top of the face, and then just getting a little bit wiggly, and he pulls out wisely right there, not taking it too far in, and just got a little off balance, dealing with some of the backwash there. You can see him right in the rip current, having a look back, and he's gonna probably better his 2.77. But he's still going to need a significant score. Luis Tinguis with priority, 7 minutes left, and he's going to want to find a better wave as well.
Nice entry with a ton of speed here from Aaron. Doesn't get a legit bottom turn done early on. Some wobbles going through the wave. Nice little redirect there, but he's a little bit out of sorts. You see him just kind of snatch at that, almost lost it. And then dealing with the paddle. Doesn't really get the tee off any kind of legit maneuver. Particularly on that one. Not an easy wave to surf. There's a lot of power out there, a lot of water, some serious bumps. When you're going that fast with that much speed, you get slightly off balance, and that effect kind of amplifies. Again, not a classic in terms of the scoreboard so far, this one. Not a lot to get excited about in terms of quality, but it's still very much a wide open heat, and we would have expected Luis Tinguis, just looking at his average scores, looking at the way he surfs events by this stage in the heat, 6 to go, you'd expect him to already have a couple of scores up there towards the good range. Well, not in this one. We see former world champ for 2018 about Moreno, and we see Lara Clayton getting ready to 4 women heats. No elimination at this stage for the women, and they're going to be dealing for the first time today. I think the only woman we saw free surfing was Ibaya this morning. She was out all on her own. In fact, the only competitor we saw free surfing was her. Everyone else is going to be doing this for the first time today. And not the easiest paddle out in the world.
And I was talking to some of the competitors, asking them about the warm-up, and you talked about that's not the first time Ibaya is jumping off the rocks today. For her, it's something that she does quite often, and that was part of the reason I think people didn't warm up, is just to limit the amount of times you have to jump off the rocks, which obviously eliminates the chances of something happening. Looks like Izzy's got a borrowed board, maybe Benoit's board. Borrowed board, borrowed paddle. Maybe that's Ibaya's backup, or that's Benoit's board. And here you can see Ibaya's long gone. If I were these girls, I would have stuck right next to Ibaya. I would have been 1 inch away. When she went, I'm going. And these girls, another 2 or 3 minutes, 5 minutes to go before their heat starts.
I would have grabbed that leash.
Gabriella just getting drilled back onto the rocks. Laura Clayton surfs Honolulu Bay, so she's used to jumping off the rocks. Gabriella. Oh no, she's trying to jump off there. You got to be on a higher rock and time it with the oncoming wave, so she may have some board damage. She goes right there, times it right. Here's Aaron Roach looking for a score.
All right, here goes Aaron. Nice looking wave for him. And that's real sloping side to side. He needs to go a lot more vert than that in his attack. He's behind a section here, and he'll go for an aggressive floater, which will go wrong, and that won't be the score he requires.
Aaron Rowe making the job a little easier for Luis Tinguis by not putting any pressure on him. That's the way that you defeat a champion, 2-time gold medalist in the ISA World up in paddleboard championships. You put a little pressure on him. Aaron Rowe has yet to do that, and Luis Denise is trying to put a little pressure of his own with this good-looking wave right here.
Bomb. Here he goes, Luis Denise in the hunt for the world title here this weekend in Gran Canaria. Soft opening section, kind of a half turn for him. That's all he could do. Nothing else offering. That's much more vertical and radical. And again, a mistake from him, uncharacteristic. And he won't be getting a big score for that. It's Gomez making her way out. She's done a commentary duty today. She just arrived today.
Made it out clean through the rocks. Borrowed board. And dry hair, don't care. Hasn't slept in 2 days. Was up all night trying to calm her nerves for big waves coming to Jaws. And spent the second night, sleepless night on an airplane. So here's Izzy Gomez. Aaron Rowe found a good-looking wave. Just turns before he gets to the top of the lip. Gets a little more speed right here. It goes off the top. Mistimes that one. Luis Denise looked like a good wave on the takeoff. And that one didn't quite form the way he thought it was going to here. He had a little room to work with. Went a little bit too high. So Aaron went too low in the lip. Luis Denise went too high in the lip. Here he is having a look at another one. Just a quick in and out. Time is winding down. So he's doing just enough that he needs to do to stay in the world title hunt. Currently in second place. He's looking for a update from our live beach announcer. When you see our surfers waving their hands right there, our live beach announcer will give them all the info. Their scores, what's needed, how much time is left, and who has priority.
By his own standards, he's having an absolute shocker, right? He's got real high standards, yeah?
Yep.
That's how you get to world title contention.
Yep.
But from his point of view, Aaron Rowe's not been able to get anything better than a 2 on the board. That's why he's in the lead in this one. But he's having a bit of a nightmare. Conditions are really, really tough out there. And there's the scoreline. And then Luis Denise, those are real no numbers for him. Aaron Rowe still in with an opportunity here, and he's got prio, just over a minute to go, so it'll be the next wave that counts. And he needs just south of a 6. Basically, he needs to get himself a decent set wave and just attack the lip first turn. Very easy to say from the comfort of our commentary position from up above. When you're up here mind surfing, you're always in the right spot every time. You're always doing the right moves, and you always make them. Something different out there in the water with the pressure of competition, with everyone watching. Let's see how Aaron Rowe fares in the final 40 seconds of this one. There's a few little lines offering. I'm not sure they'll get here in time. They might get it just slightly after. Let's see. Aaron's seen something. He's having a reposition. And maybe this first one will just about get in time. He basically needs to just go on any opportunity. 15 seconds on the clock. Not sure this wave's going to get her in time. Might come just after the horn. And I don't think we're going to see. Oh, here we go. Hang on. We're counting down here. Priority is with White. And he's not going to get that wave. And it's going to be Luis Denise who goes on through to the quarterfinals. We're going to go to commercial break. Join us for more live action women's round 1 from the Gran Canaria Pro-Am right after this. We're live from Las Palmas on the north coast of the island of Gran Canaria, finishing off the APP World Tour for 2019. And we have switched over to women's competition featuring the 5-time world champ Izzy Gomez, representing Colombia, Gabriel Stampfata, Brazil, Ibaya Moreno from right here in the Canary Islands, Laura Clayton from Hawaii, Paul Evans in the booth alongside Anthony Vela. And we're going to bring things home with a couple of heats of women's competition. It'll be interesting to see how this goes down with the tide running out, a lot of rip moving, some tricky conditions out there, and a bit of size too. And if you also factor in the 4-person heats, this is because it's an opening round, that's why we see this 4-person heat. There's no priority just yet, so they're going to push themselves up into the peak, I think, maybe a little bit too far. We see Izzy establishing her presence, trying to have a look at this little inside one. But where they are now, they're precariously too far inside. And if a bomb set were to come, they would all get absolutely annihilated on the inside. So I think 2 strategies. Laura Clayton wanted to get her heat started, not worry about priority. She paid the price for it as she took a few waves on the head. Now, if you're Izzy, do you get world champ privileges? Do you maybe get given an inside? Say, hey, you get the inside. You're the 5-time world champ. No. Well, I think Izzy gets second priority. Ibaya gets the local priority. Here we go. Izzy led Ibaya because she picked her up from the airport. So, you know, a little favor for a favor. Ibaya is super far on the inside. She's having a look at this one, but these girls are very, very wide. I mean, they're almost on a whole nother break. Here's Ibaya Moreno. She pulls out of that one. And Ibaya having to paddle back out, but these girls are so far inside. And I think if a set were to come, Laura Clayton's paddling out, and she might be in the right spot. And there's Ibaya paddling back out. And just on the edge there, Izzy Gomez had a quick look. And look how far Gabby, she's so far on the inside. Stampfata up and riding, the Brazilian. Slopey opening section. And a short turn down from her. She'll just finish off. So a long ride from her, from way deep up the point. And while the judges process the score, let's go down and hear from Luis Denise, winner of the last heat.
Luis, the Brazilian storm. 3 Brazilians into the APP Las Palmas de Gran Canaria quarterfinals.
Oh yeah, I'm so happy. It's a nice day in the beautiful conditions. In Brazilian storm is in the harder storm. I'm focused next day in the inter quarterfinals in the heat of the heat. Yeah, here we go.
It's always great to see the 3 friends together. You, Leko, Wellington. Yeah, so it's going to be a hard quarterfinals now.
Oh yeah, it's in this hard quarterfinals, in the good surf, Wellington, Leko, in the goof forever, goof footer forever. Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, that's great news, great news. So no preference, really out tomorrow, good rest tonight, and ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go. See, I go house in the hungry. I'm much hungry in the sleeping in the next day.
Okay. Alright. Good luck for tomorrow, and we'll see you soon. Congratulations, Luis.
Thank you.
Good job.
All right, great job, Luis Denise. Come back to fight another day tomorrow. Not a classic, his last heat. You won't care one bit about that. It's all about being back tomorrow at finals day. That's when the best of the best come to the fore when it matters most. And we're going to have a super Sunday here at the Gran Canaria Pro-Am tomorrow. Let's have a little look at Gabriela Steinfeld, who's found herself in a bit of trouble down on the inside there, Anthony.
She caught this wave, but the problem was, I talked about at the beginning of the heat, they might push themselves up competing for that inside spot to establish priority. So Gabby finishes that wave nicely, but
And she just spent 3 minutes getting swept all the way down into the rip, another 500 meters away. Maybe that's an exaggeration, maybe 100 meters away. But you see where Laura Clayton's sitting, that's where the peak is. Ibaya and Izzy are a little bit too deep for some of the bigger waves that we've seen come through. And even the smaller ones, they're so far inside that I don't think they're going to have the shape that they want. Laura Clayton is wisely, she caught that first wave, paid the price. Now she's reestablished where she is as far as positioning in the water, in the lineup. And Gabby, so there you see, she got the score, she paid the price, but it's doing good for her so far.
Yeah, she's putting it all on the line. Here's a wide swinger, as you mentioned. There's the positioning of the Hawaiian Clayton. And she gets herself a little takeoff bowl here. She's kind of semi-interested. It's not the most robust paddling effort we've ever seen on the APP World Tour, but nevertheless, she is up and riding here, and almost inexplicably goes down on a bump.
I think it has a lot to do, with the paddling. I think she thought that she was going to be into the wave a little bit easier, but I think this is the type of wave that you want to catch it with speed. So how it would have been possibly better to navigate it by paddling sideways on the takeoff to get a little more speed, but also be a little more on the shoulder, so you can drop in with a little bit of speed.
All right, meanwhile, Moreno, the local, using that local knowledge. Nice shiny face for her for an entry, bottom turn, slash off the top. And go into a very unconvincing little rail jam. She'll go down. So Stan Fata for that long wave and for putting herself in harm's way down on the rocks on the inside, gets a big number, 5.33. Great way to start a heat.
Fantastic way to start the heat. And now Izzy Gomez finds herself with priority, so the next set that comes, she can pick any wave. Laura Clayton picked off a wave. She found her positioning. And there you see her saying hi to Ibaya on the way out. There you see Ibaya score, locking in just a high 3 to go with her previous score under 1. Banya's trying to figure out, hey, which color am I? Yellow? Amarillo? Perfecto. Is this my size? This will fit me perfectly.
Let's have another look at Laura's effort.
Just gets a little bit, we talked about the backwash and the hydraulic jump doing numbers on these competitors, making it a little bumpy, so the wave face might be smooth in one moment, and then as the oncoming water is heading back out to sea, puts a little bump in it, so it's like a speed bump for a car, where it's made to slow you down. Earning a 2.5 for that last wave, so priority has been established. Now the girls are sitting a good 50 meters away from they were earlier when Gabby caught that first wave. They're now in the spot where I think the best takeoff zone is. Fiona Wild, same thing's going to happen in the next heat.
Defending event champion, Fiona Wild?
Izzy Gomez. Defending, she won in Sunset, Fiona.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Izzy won this event last year.
Correct. Izzy won the event, Ibaya won the world title.
It's a good job you're here, man.
What's that?
Good job you're here. Well, I'm just throwing wild calls out, someone's got to just kind of fact check them. But coming off the back of a win in the endurance race in the river in Paris, so she's got the winning feeling. She'd love to get a bye by virtue of a win in the first round. Gets you to skip the round 2 for the women, the repechaje. As we see Alejandra Alonso going through a warm-up and trying to get a bit of mojo going from Guillermo. He's got that winning feeling himself. He's took the quarter-final day. He's trying to let that confidence and that wave catching kind of radar just kind of go by osmosis into his compatriot.
And she's got her sensors ready to receive that osmosis of energy, that winning spirit. So here, Izzy's got to be smart to make sure she holds her ground right here and not let anyone paddle her too deep. She's got first priority. She can choose any wave. And just with, 5-3-3 is the highest total combination of waves. So even with one wave, Izzy can go from fourth to first. And she just needs a little bit of canvas to work with, and even confident on her first wave on a new board and new paddle that she can do just enough surfing at 60% to manufacture a score in the good range from 6 to 8. Not to take anything away, there is the possibility of an excellent score as well, over 8, and Izzy Gomez is definitely capable of that, as are any of these girls. So Izzy Gomez has been a world champion. She's been a 2-time world champion. She's been a 3-time defending world champion. She's been a 4-time defending world champion. She's been a former world champion. And now she is world champion again, 5-time world champion. Ibaya Moreno trying to win this event for the first time in her home waters. It's kind of like in Hawaii winning a pipeline event, or Haleiwa or Sunset, one of the 3 events in the Triple Crown. Very prestigious for a Hawaiian to win those. And I bet you Ibaya, and she wants to win against the best. Very respectful of her going to get Izzy Gomez from the airport.
All right, here goes the local, Ibaya Moreno, and a little look at a wave there. Not a lot of waves ridden in this one. We thought 4 surfers in the water were going to get some high wave counts. Not at all. Only a scattering of waves. And only 11 minutes to go, so 14 gone. And opportunities are getting scarce. I want to say the swell feels like it's dropping, but just there's certainly longer gaps between the sets now.
I think we saw a flurry of waves in the last couple of heats, and this heat maybe a little bit out of position in the beginning. We saw some waves approaching just before the shot of Fiona Wild, and if we look at the 4 heats since the break, the first heat of Benoit and Max Millian, they had high scores, as well as Lecco and Mo. They both had heat totals in the high 13s, Lecco getting just a little bit ahead. And here is Gabriella, our heat leader.
Heat leader, dropping a bomb with a ton of speed. She's in the sweet spot for that one. Misses the opportunity to do a turn. She just kind of points her board down and drops in again for a second time. And then a little kind of afterthought snap there, so not real impressive. Undersurf that.
For sure. Could have been a little bit more aggressive, but playing the safety route. Lara Clayton.
Bomb for Lara, and she doesn't really want it.
And Izzy lost priority. Now Lara's going to lose priority. Izzy, I think, would go back to first priority. And we'll have a look back at Gabriella. Comes off the bottom, lots of chatter. Mid-face redirect right there. And again, just redirecting aboard. That turn was a little bit more aggressive, but in a fat part of the wave, so not going to score too high, but might give her a little bit more of a advantage over the other girls. So it helps her. Got rid of a 0, got a 2.27. So still with one wave can turn this whole heat with the set approaching.
Well, Izzy Gomez at the moment, uncharacteristically in 4th place. Although, just the fact she's even out there in the water. She just got off the plane today from Hawaii, from Jaws. So she will be lacking in sleep and proper rest. No preparation on borrowed equipment. It's just impressive that she's out there. As we see a bomb set, catch everybody off guard. And there are those sneaker ones. And as you just get ready to paddle out, that's not what you want to see generally. You quite like to see a nice long lull and you're going, okay, yeah, I got this. And then you just see an absolute smoker close out the bay and you're like, righto. Okay, what are we doing here?
Alafne Smart trailing right behind Shaq.
You go, and I'll be right behind you. I'll get you back.
They're saying exactly what you said. Hey, how was that bomb set? We saw the girls getting cleaned up on the outside. And, oh, man, they're waiting for their time. These girls are waiting for their waves. Ibaya having a look. Doesn't like what she sees on that one. The girls sticking together, safety in numbers. And the girls just getting caught inside. That was a bomb set. And that's nerve-wracking when you're waiting on the rocks there and you just see all these waves coming. And now the timing, if you throw in the jitters with the timing. So what's the strategy? Leash on or leash off? Fiona's got her leash on. Vanya's got her leash on.
Oh, definitely on.
Definitely on. Then you just hold it onto your board, make sure it doesn't go into the rocks. Meaning the leash. Laura Clayton.
Here goes Laura. It's all inside number. Third place at the moment. She'll swing back. Nice little jam redirect off the soup. And she might want to get out of there before that last section. Yep. Definitely a wise move. The kind of points reward versus risk is definitely not a bargain worth making. So she gets out of there.
And I'm laughing because it's just such a hard thing that people can't understand how hard it is to get out. Laura Clayton trying to get a small little insider to build a house of scores. Does a great job at that turn right there, staying nice and low. You can see her repositioning her feet and gets out of there wisely. And that's Laura Clayton paddling out. And they're going, and they're off. You can see how fast they're paddling.
All right, here goes Izzy. So on and inside now. We've moved over completely in the lineup, back down the points. Here's Izzy Gomez off the bottom. Nice big hit off the top. And again, nice second turn from her. Crossbow turn. And finishes up down on the inside. So much better from Izzy.
Izzy Gomez getting started, and you can tell with each turn she got a little more comfortable on her board, did a little bit more work, which leaves Gabriella with the lead and all alone with her choice. This wave just looking a little bit slow, and she gets a little too far out in front of it. It is going to double up for her, and she gets out of there before the double up. So Gabby trying to better her score line. Izzy Gomez is going to factor in. Ibaya got a wave as well, and we've got scores to drop in. If you're watching on appworldtour.com, you can see all the scores drop in. If you're watching on Facebook Live, it doesn't show the scores from the stacked up. Here's Izzy. Just a cute little turn to open up, and then here, off the bottom, bang, attacks the lip. She's been waiting for this wave, and then right into a second turn, her patented spray-throwing energetic turn, and then finishes it off with the crossbow turn. And here's last wave from Gabriella, opens up with a redirection and then that little turn and gets out of there. So Izzy Gomez getting her heat started, her campaign for a second win here. So there's the scoreline. Gabby with a 5.33 and a 2.63. Izzy Gomez 6.67 for her wave. She now needs a 1.3 to skip around. So Izzy Gomez gets the score. She just needs to pick off a little wave to get a 1.3 and skip round 2.
Right back at the races here in the final few minutes. She waited a long time to get that wave. We did mention that fatigue. Just jumped off a plane this morning. Boards aren't here on borrowed equipment. Showing her class. getting an inside wave. We tick down towards 3 minutes in this opening first heat of women's round 1. And we see Laura Clayton currently 3rd place in this one. Having a little look at what get on.
I'm getting excited because as the crowd took a little bit for them to find their bearings, so to speak, out in the lineup. Now the girls kind of know where the waves are coming, they know where the end section is, and they're positioning themselves for one more set and see if it can shake things up a little bit. Time in the water, there's no replacement for that, especially trying to figure out a new break. So the first 10-15 minutes of this heat they spent figuring out where the good waves are, and now they have found them. One more set approaching, maybe 2. Izzy looking for a 1.3, Laura looking for a 4.04. Ibaya needs a 4.3, all attainable scores. It's anyone's heat at this time. Who's got first priority? Laura Clayton. And then Ibaya. So Izzy just needs a small score, but she's got to do it under their priority. Ibaya is going further on the inside. She's in the yellow jersey. Izzy is in the red. Laura Clayton is in the blue jersey. Those are 2nd, 3rd, and 4th looking for the score. Gabby Steinpata, currently in the lead, hasn't been able to get a solid backup. She's got a couple of small backups, but look at the set approaching. We're going to have one more exchange, hopefully, unless they're out of position. Come on, girls. Come on, girls.
Out the back, we've got a smoker of a set coming through. Oh, we can see everyone getting cleaned up. I think we might. Here we go. We're going to ditch some equipment here.
Yard sale or cleanup set?
It's a cleanup yard. This looks like Laura in position furthest outside. Decides to let that go. Ooh! Oh! Okay, wow. So it looked like Ibaya just threw her board there. And what she possibly, surely didn't realize was that Gabrielle Sternfata was right next to her. And the balls didn't look like they collided as they went over the falls, but everyone seems to be alright. And no one could capitalize on that opportunity, so we're going to see a little wave stand up, possibly Izzy Gomez here, looking for just a 1.3. She basically needs to do a bottom turn. Moreno did have prior falls. Izzy can't get on. Not a classic, this one, so far. Who's going to bring it home? Stab batter at the moment in the lead, Izzy. Okay, here she goes, 5-time world champ, looking for 1.3 for first. She's got that 1.3 already. She's going to go to first place.
You're calling it, no matter what, even if she fell.
Sure, she's going to first place.
Yep. That was sick, just for the bottom turn. Catching that wave. Izzy, the queen of taking heats at the end of the heat. Paul's pretty confident. She's getting the 1.33 she needs. She needs 1.3. First judge goes 1.8. 1.7 and 1.7. 1.73 for Izzy Gomez.
Stanford's out of pocket pick. She's led that heat from the opening minute until the final 5 seconds. That's what happens if you leave someone needing a 1, and that someone happens to be the 5-time world champion and GOAT, Izzy Gomez. There it is. Let's make it official. Gomez advances in first place. Stanfata gets pipped to second. Ibaya Moreno in third. Laura Clayton fourth. And that's going to wrap up our first heat of the women's round 1. No one's getting eliminated at this stage. It's all just about who gets to surf in the repechaje. Let's set the scene for heat 2 of round 1. Fiona Wild, the American, taking on Aladne Alonso from the Basque Country. Vania Torres, Peru, and Shakira Shaq Westorp from Australia. And this is our final heat of a massive day, our 18th heat, Anthony.
Once again, it's our magic number. And on the back of that graphic,
I thought 18 was the magic number. I thought it was 3.
we're great for 3 heats, any more than 3 heats. So this is happening while we had the graphic up. This is Shakira Westorp all the way to the top of the lip right there. This wave doubling up. She doesn't go quite to the bottom there, but able to get that top turn. Avoids her friend Ibaya Moreno. And just tough to time that one right there. So Shaq opening up right away. And that's going to be a good score.
Shaq getting down to biz early. Torres could have taken that one there. I thought she might have a look at that. She's in a good spot for one of those wide corners. Didn't quite happen for her. Again, it is easy from here. Sorry, that wasn't Torres. I was looking at Alonso there. I thought she might be in an opportunity for a shot. Decides to let it go.
It is just pumping out there. And it's just, doesn't matter who you are, guys, girls, everyone's been paying the price. We talked about it from the very first heat of the day. This is one of those days where you have to pay to play.
Izzy's in an awkward position down there. She needs to make her way back up. So does that Fata. They are way too far down the point. They're not going to be able to come in down there. You see that Shuri just eating the rocks down there. And they need to get more up on the inside. You almost need to paddle back out a bit in the rip and almost kind of fade left, or at least go straight hander. Clayton has successfully negotiated the rocks.
Semi-successfully. She got pushed up a little bit, board tethered, leash almost got wrapped around her neck. And look at this set approaching.
All right, bomb out the back. Any takers? Any takers? Let's see who wants it. Looks like Fiona Wild in a good position here. And a great looking wave. She'll need to get some speed going. Look at this beautiful wave. The best of the women's round. There's a nice snap off the top from Fiona. Drives into another bottom turn and goes a little stiff leg on that second snap, but nevertheless a beautiful looking wave, and gets a little carve down on a tricky inside section. Great job, Fiona Wild.
That's why she is the Sunset Beach Pro Champion 2019. That's why she made it through the men's trials into the main event before the women were allowed to serve. She relishes in these big conditions. Fiona Wild going to town. So much speed around that section. Comes off the bottom right in the pocket. Beautiful turn. That has to be an excellent score. Takes that cut back all the way into the whitewater. And then I love this turn. Times it so well. Doesn't hit the lip. She just does a great carving turn right before the oncoming lip to make it a little bit safer and a little bit easier to make that turn. Well done, Fiona.
Vania Torres does well to hang on to a steep entry into the wave. See her front foot right over on the rail.
Bang.
And she'll carve out another turn. She's got that kind of asymmetric stance with feet basically on either side of the stringer almost. And that affords her a chance to really turn those hips and shoulders at the lip on the backhand.
Fiona Wild. I mean, they have to set the scale with that wave. So here you see Vanya. Nice airdrop. Gets back up to the top. Very critical turn this next one. Boom. Threw a lot of spray right there. Gets a little bit hung up. Manages to negotiate the drop once more. And that's all for Vanya on that wave. Izzy Gomez still trying to get in on the borrowed board. So you got to be extra safe.
With the borrowed board, you're like, oh, well, a couple of rods. A couple of rods between friends. Meanwhile, here goes Alonso, the Spaniard out of the Basque Country. She gets a bomb. Finally allows her in. She can swing off the bottom here. Whoa! And a big section detonates, and she kind of had that sort of, her legs basically went from under her on that turn, but I think the section was closing off anyway. But good appetite from her, getting a bomb and attacking it. Just because she got held up a little bit on the entry, just allowed the wave to steep it up.
Yeah, right here I think she mistimed it a little bit. Should have went a little further instead of trying to hit the whitewater. Just went up into the next lip. But here's Shaq trying to back up her first wave. And I don't know, Fiona 5-6-7. Second turn looked super critical to me. The judges have been rewarding the men. I think going a little bit low just to keep a little bit of space in the range, but
Shaq bashing one off the top and setting up another nice hook, and avoids a board on the inside as well. So Westorp doesn't have a first number processed yet. She's going to get another number as well from that one. A good effort from her. As we saw Izzy Gomez safely back on terra firma after an extended period of time repositioning. Gabrielle Stamfata still trying to make her way in.
So if we were to think about, as we look at a replay of Shaq's wave, and this wave was beautiful. Great turn right there, right at the top of the lip, comes down with a lot of speed. Sees Gabby, goes around Gabby, up into the lip, free falling back down. Shaq then right into the pocket, into the whitewater. That was a great wave from Shakira. If we think about the wave Fiona Wilde just rode, 5.67, and we compare it to Izzy's 6.67, where Izzy had, you know, the one good hit off the whitewater, but I think Fiona's turn was just in such a critical part of the wave with the airdrop. Maybe wasn't as vertical.
She just kind of snapped the tail. There wasn't really any rail in it. I didn't
Yeah,
think.
true.
She was on the
Yeah,
bottom of her board.
you're right.
She just kind of skidded the fins a
You're
little
right,
bit.
you're right.
And if you think about Izzy, she's
You're right.
going from one rail to the other.
Yes, that's the difference, is the rail, the railness, so to speak. So I think I have to agree with you on that. But I think I just really liked the commitment of both waves.
Oh, it's a great looking wave as well. It wasn't an absolutely beautiful. We've seen a lot of waves with a good opening section, then go soft, and she had two of those opening sections.
Yeah,
She was going
that's,
a million miles an hour. It was awesome to watch.
Izzy Gomez made it in clean. Gabriella, her heat ended 8 minutes ago. She's still trying to make it in.
Torres having a look here. And she'll need to paddle hard to get on, and she'll get the board going. An opportunity here for a steep section, as this one will stand up for the Peruvian. She'll clip off the top, and then this will go a bit slopey. And she keeps her board in the sweet spot on the wave. Won't get another maneuver, and she'll end up deep down on the inside. Wow, so Stamfata is still trying to make her way in. She's miles down the point. Let's stick with Fiona Wilde here on another bomb. She has got a wave magnet absolutely switched on. Cranks off the bottom. And a little snap off the top from her as the backwash kind of makes the wave go fat. She deals with it well. And another nice kind of speed redirection out of the top of the wave. Fiona Wilde still going, flying through here. Speed's been really impressive. She's got a great read on this wave. And another good effort from Fiona.
Comes out on her feet. And that windsurfing background really helps Fiona Wilde. And her sense of attack comes from Hood River, Oregon. Spends a lot of time in Los Barrios in Baja. Here's Vanya. Vanya comes off the bottom, off the top. Here she is setting up for this nice maneuver right here. The ending closeout. Fiona Wilde, just carves her way into the pocket. This wave, you can see the hydraulic jump gives her a little bit of air. And off the bottom one more time. Air dropping back down. And Fiona Wilde banking back into this one. She's not scared of the rocks, goes right around Vanya. And comes out nice and stylish, standing up. Well done, Fiona Wilde.
Looked like she went for Vanya with a paddle.
So Gabby paddled halfway back out to the break, and she's currently found the right section. And, you know, what about Chivalry? Is Chivalry dead? Is there a guy that can help escort her in and grab her board?
All right, while we wait for scores to lock in, let's go down and hear from a woman we had in the booth a short while ago, Izzy Gomez, 5-time world champ. She's down with Danny.
Izzy, you fly halfway around the world, you come to the Canaries, and what you do, you stamp your mark straight away.
Yeah, that was a really tough heat for me. I felt super shaky, and I was on a borrowed board I've never ridden before, borrowed paddle, so I honestly wasn't really expecting to make that heat, but I got a wave in the last 5 minutes, and then I needed a small score, I think, in the last 20 seconds, and I just caught anything I could, and I did it like kind of a closeout floater, and I just barely hung on to it, so I guess that was enough to put me in first. Yeah.
Well, it certainly did. And at least tomorrow I get a little bit more of a rest compared to the others, and rest tonight for sure, no?
Definitely. I'm excited to sleep and ride my own boards tomorrow. Yeah.
Good job, Izzy. Congrats.
Good job, Izzy. Great job, Danny.
Go help her. She needs
Sorry, I was just trying to encourage some of the local youth to go and help Gabriella. You know who's down there helping? Ibaya, of course.
Just giving her a few signals on where to come in. And looks like Gabriella's pretty close to getting back onto dry land. Let's get updated out in the water. Wild in the lead from Westorp. 13:10 to go in this one.
If I could make one comment from that interview, the only thing was Izzy didn't make that turn. Had she made that turn, it would have been a 5 or a 6, I think. So I hope she knows that she didn't get a 1. That turn was quite a significant turn. She ended up falling, but because of what she did to get to the point to even have that opportunity for the turn, she earned that 1.6 just for that. Had she completed that turn, that would have been, I believe, a 5 or a 6. The judges have been rewarding 1 maneuver waves if they are aggressive, if they're committed, if they're on rail, and if they're done with a lot of speed. So it took her exactly 12.5 minutes, half of the next heat, for Gabriella to get in. She spent a lot of time. After that first wave she caught, she got swept all the way down. She got swept down again at the end. And she'll be going to the rapid charge round. Here we see our second heat, Fiona Wild with the lead. And she's got a 5.67 and a 4.27. That's where you see the 9.94.
All right, live action. Let's pick up Alonso here. A little wobble from the bottom from her. She'll look to tee off on a section and get a turn done. And goes down quite heavily and awkwardly on that tricky inside section. And there are now dry rocks popping up on that inside as if it wasn't tricky enough. There's all sorts of hazards going on down there. And it really is tough, powered up conditions. We're at that kind of weird position now where the swell, there's kind of like head high, like maybe even shoulder high, like 2 to 3 foot waves, and then there's 6 foot bombs as well. And it's like that whole lineup, positioning and tactics, that whole thing, it really is kind of thrown into the mix.
It's so true. There's so many things being thrown at these competitors. And here's Alapne. She's got a good looking wave, makes it around the section, and just doesn't have enough speed for this turn that she's about to do here. Sets her feet, and then just that oh my gosh, that looked violent. The inside rail almost came back and hit her.
It looked like one of those shinners that you can get. Yeah. When your leash pings back the board in the shin. Here goes Shaq deep up the point, maybe a little too deep. She does well to hang on. Nice control on the heel edge. Eventually, she'll come around now, and she has done well to put herself in a position for maneuver here. And we'll just poke up a foam climb, which won't get complete. She's dealing well with the power as she dives under in that rocky section in there. There's all sorts of nasty little dry things poking up. Shakira Westorp, the Australian, down on the inside. There's Fiona Wild in the reds. And just to the left of your shot, Rania Torres, the Peruvian as well. A little opportunity here. Fiona doesn't like it. Rania does. Maybe she's not going to get it though. That way we'll go a little soft. And we won't get a ride as we see a few shafts of late afternoon sunlight on the horizon to the north there.
Goodbye, son. It was nice seeing you for the first time on our trip.
Went about an hour of sunshine.
Yeah, good hour. You got the shorts on. I'm cool. Oh, you got your pants back on already? Oh, you're smart. You're so smart. See a set approaching Banya. This wave is similar in one aspect of its degree of difficulty to a wave she surfs a lot back home, Puerto Rocas in Peru. I wouldn't say her home break, but she surfs it a lot because it's the break they always use for contests and for training. Oh my goodness. Way inside. You just talked about the strategy. There are the big waves or there's the small waves. And I think, you know, some of the smaller waves might have a little more success rate, I would say.
Izzy's 6, right? Came on a real small inside wave.
Yep. The success rate is higher, but you pay the price.
It's got to be in there, and then the bomb comes. You're going to get cleaned up. We haven't had any broken leashes so far today, which is a good sign. So that's good. There is a lot of power in this wave. Deep water waves are the ones particularly that do like to break leashes, don't they? 'Cause you just get a lot of weight behind the whiteboard, just kind of presses and pings the board, especially when you got a high volume board like stand-up paddleboard. All that buoyancy getting tossed around by powerful whitewater. So far so good in terms of broken leashes, and that, you know, for a day of a lot of waves ridden, a lot of radical manoeuvring, no one really did themselves a mischief, which is good to see.
I thought for sure there would be at least one broken leash because of the power. I talked about it earlier. Here's my public service announcement. If you are in this event and you made it to finals day tomorrow and you have another leash that's in a package that you haven't used, it's the same leashes you're using now, change leashes. Don't use the leash from today. It might be stretched out, could be a little longer, or at least just put it up to your board and see. If it's twice as big as it was before you started the heat because it's stretched out, took a few waves on the head, use a new leash for tomorrow. One small thing can mean the difference in your heat. Just something to think about.
7.5 to go. Yeah, the Sean Pointer mentioned he lost his paddle, reckons it cost him 7 minutes. So managed to avoid that blip and get through, but no major equipment troubles. So Fiona Wild at the moment in the lead from Shakira Westorp. And the only significant score there really is the one required by Alonso. That's a big number. But in terms of Torres and Westorp, they only need 4s. So just a point separates third and first at the moment. Fourth is way out of it. And some indigo hues as the late afternoon light will pick up from the drone. The Basque, Alonso, pausing her bottom turn. Getting a little snap mid-face and then getting some paddle speed. And a little tentative clip to the lip. There's a nice little rail jam and she unseats herself and will go down through an inside. Six minutes and 15 seconds to go in this heat. It's going to wrap up a big day of competition on the APP World Tour, the penultimate day of 2019. Having another look at Alonso here. Trying to rally from 4th position. She's got a lot of work to do to get up the scoreboard at this stage. But we are setting up for an epic finals day tomorrow. I think we're still going to have pretty pumping waves as well. And we are going to send it home tomorrow. Put 2019 to bed. We're going to have possibly a new men's world champ, possibly the defense 2018, that's the former Sean Pointer. He needs to win, needs Boanagi to go down relatively early, and needs him to go down before semis essentially. Just over 5 on the clock now, Anthony. Some key thoughts from today, some key takeaways from you.
The waves
do you want me to give you a minute to think about them, or you got them?
I got them. The waves are pumping. This is what we all want. Excitement at the end of the year. Excitement at this famous break. We had, I would say, more near perfect conditions last year. Things a little bit all over the shop today. So giving the competitors, you know, some of them found their rhythm, some of them didn't. Tomorrow might be a little more organized, and that will be great to see as well. But today has been super fun because of waves like this.
Alrighty, here goes Fiona Wild on another bomb, a little bit deep on that one. She has picked out the bigger waves. It looks like we've got a solid set out back as well. Look at these lines marching through. Will we have anyone in position? 4:20 on the clock. Wild, who you just saw go down, still hanging on to that first place for the moment. Westorp in the blue. Goofy only needing a 4.55. Won't get this wave. Neither will Torres.
Fiona will get it just on top of her head. That was a great dive, though. Stood onto her board so that she could dive off the board to get deeper rather than diving from in the water. So good split-second maneuver from Fiona to help her not get pushed back as far. And it looks like we have somebody having a look. That was blue, Shakira Westorp. She needs just a 4.55. And there are still lines coming that we can see. And
hopefully we'll have at least one more exchange, possibly two. Oh, come on. Set, come on, ladies. Put yourself in position. The Groms are frothing right there, ready to get out on a free serve.
All right, little sets. Well, big sets really shaping up. Have we got a taker? Looks like Shaq deep at the point. Here she goes, the Aussie, with a ton of speed. Woo, okay, so use of priority from Torres. I like that. Exercising that first priority and some authority and taking that wave. And here she goes looking for 4.85. She needs to get a good turn in here if possible. She gets a little clipped. Hard to really tell what she's getting done from this angle. And I wonder if she is thinking about an interference there as well.
I think she liked her wave. I think the interference is going to be not really factor in because Fiona has the heat lead. So even if Shaq gets the interference, it's Fiona that's in the lead. And this heat's all about first place. You can see Shaq gets that wave from the outside. But she sees Banya. She kind of gets in her way. Pretty sure that's going to be an interference. But Banya still got the scoring opportunity. Whether or not Shaq hindered it, she did cross in front of her.
So let's think about 4.85 and the maneuvers as she completes on this wave.
Maybe her motion wasn't a claim. Maybe she was just looking for the interference call.
I think she might have been just saying what was up with that. But as you said, it's not really going to change anything. She only really needs to attack first place. But let's just think about 4.85. That requirement for the Peruvian. Not a big number. Didn't particularly get the take on the lip. It was a great looking wave though.
1 minute, 22 seconds. There is one more set approaching. Come on. So we just want to see some action right now. Ladies are trying to put themselves in position to give them one more opportunity to skip round two. It's a three-person heat, so these heats with multiple people are a little bit tougher. You got to maneuver around the people as well when you've got one-on-one heats. One-on-one heats, there's a lot more opportunity for waves. Priority system in place, easy to manage your heat strategy. And look at out the back, Fiona Wild, our heat winner, on a screamer. Oh, Fiona, and out the back, Vanya getting drilled. So there's Fiona Wild, and I hope we got the replay because that was the biggest wave ridden today. Here we go. Look at that thing. Look at this. It's just growing. It's growing. She gets in one little redirection, not really a turn, and then Fiona pulls out right there. And Vanya gets a wave at the buzzer. We just heard the buzzer.
All right, so Shaq's back on land. She probably thinks she came in early because she might have heard news that she got interference, so she's looking overly stoked with that. But anyway, there's no elimination at this stage. She's back on dry land. Meanwhile, we did have a flurry of activity out the back. Let's have a look at Vanya Torres. She actually had a quick wave prior to this, didn't take it, and this is her last opportunity. So we don't know if we've had her score in the 4.85 for a wave that she got a few minutes ago. I'm not sure we saw 4.85 on that. So let's see, where are we?
Oh, it's not going to be 4.85. One judge going 4.5, one judge going 4.2. Third score to lock in. It's not going to be the score for Vanya. It looks like Fiona Wild, as we still have some scores to lock in, is going to assert her dominance in heat number 2 of our opening round of women. Izzy Gomez with another buzzer beater to her list of buzzer beaters. She's like the Michael Jordan. No, she's like big game James Worthy.
7 o'clock call for a 7:30 start. We got to get started early. We got a lot of heats. We want to really attack the morning light as soon as possible. And what a day today. 18 exciting heats. We had some guys, several guys get eliminated today. Non-elimination round for the women. Scores in the excellent range all around. And wow, what a day of competition at El Lloret. Still waiting for scores to lock in from that last exchange. I don't think anything's going to change the heat. I think Shaq, when she was talking with Ibaya, was just kind of like, man, I caught that wave so far out. She could have just let me go. Or maybe she thought she had priority. What do you think they were talking about?
Not sure. Wouldn't like to guess.
Oh, there's Shaq. She wants to talk to the judges, I think. So maybe she thought that Vanya paddled for a wave previous. Shaq's pretty sensible and knowledgeable with the rules. And so that would be the only thing I think that she would be wondering is possibly there is a priority, in her mind, a priority mistake. I wasn't paying attention to the paddle battles that were happening before that. Oh, look at the cliff line. Beautiful. How's that white water right there? Some ocean power being exerted on the rocks.
All right, well, those are the final scenes of the dying of the light here on the north coast of Gran Canaria. It's been an absolutely epic day. It's been emotional, Anthony.
Super emotional. We've seen guys almost crying from the exuberance and excitement of making it to the quarterfinals, and we've seen some tears.
Tomorrow, our final day of the entire season for 2019. The APP World Tour will wrap up here in Pumping Surf tomorrow. Final day for men's and women. Men's world title will be decided. Join us for it tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock call for a 7:30 start local time, appworldtour.com. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Buenas noches.